just say to Jess, I could not have picked a less Blueprints-themed playlist to kick off with, but fuck it, it's my show and I'm allowed to do what I want. Bacon? That's a booyah. Hey mate, how you doing? Watto and welcome. PAX badges are on sale. I'm gonna do my my streamer application later. How are you? Like, you're in like the clappers today, which I choose to believe is because work is probably not being terrible to you, but that might be my naivete. Aeon, Watto and welcome. Come on in, friends. I don't know, we were talking about Jet Set Radio the other day. To Spiced Chipmunk, Watto and welcome. And PVS, that's a proper first. I tried watching one of those videos about all the samples from Jet Set Radio, and there's so many in such quick succession that it fried my brain. Oh, okay, so PVS, you are now in second. Dustin is still in the lead with 3. You are now 4. Then Wolfgrad, Yeti, and Caffeine are at 2. Moose, Mental Monk, and Icarus are at 1. Okay, just letting you know you're a contender now. And Catastros, Watto and welcome. Yeah, and just in case you don't know it, basically, Jet Set Radio Future is kind of like a thrice remixed vibe, originally coming from Ollie King. The Ollie King songs were remixed into... Hang on, let me find it for you. Oi. Yeah, so here we go. So this is Jet Set Radio Future's version of the concept of love. So it's got this real kind of like bouncy future funk, right? So pause that, and then I bring it back to this is the original version. Yeah. Can you see the shiny cargo pants and the Sony brightly colored aero-themed advert? This is the original version. And PVS, I know it's been the goal for many years, but I'm still hoping to make, noon the official start time. So yeah. Oh no, this isn't a find, Aeon. I'm just you cannot understand how much Jet Set Radio shaped my little game-loving personality. Yeah, and see, now you can start hearing the beat kick in, but it's still a little bit more like... And then we kick it up a gear. Yeah? This is a cool little thing. Now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. I don't know. There was a time when Sega was just putting out these creative bangers, and I've been talking a lot about the good bits of the Japanese games industry. The stability of it and the way in which, especially through the 90s and 2000s, there was just this wild creativity. The downside is that they were really bad at acknowledging, standalone creative individuals. Square was good at it. Sega no. Sega no, Sony no. So you'd have people like, always blank on his name because I'm a terrible human, Hideki Naganuma, who composed so many of these. Hideki was just not acknowledged by Sega, and he did so many incredible soundtracks. But then, you could talk about the squad of lasses who were responsible for a lot of Nintendo's early sound. Not acknowledged at all. One of my favorite facts is that Well, chiptunes is not really as much a pronounced genre as it was. You know, in the same way that nerdery is not really a pronounced subgenre. The style and musical aesthetics of what we refer to as chiptunes comes from reggae. Because one of the blokes working at Nintendo just fucking lived out of this, like, you know, Jamaican reggae bar in Tokyo. Like, fucking brilliant. That's where that bouncy, happy, like, Mario vibe comes from. Because when you take reggae and you boil it down into its pure, like, MIDI form and pump it out through, like, a 8 or 16-bit console, you get the bounce. And I know I've told you that, like, 5 times, but once again, it's my show and I'm allowed to talk about what I want. Haha! Anyway, Aeon, PVS, Catastros, Bacon, Spiced Chipmunk. How you doing? What you been playing? Tell me your tales. No, I have not seen the boys' finale, and I haven't read any more Dungeon Crawler Carl. We did continue with Phasmo last night, which we did the Alan Wake mystery. I don't know if you'll want to know. There is a whole ass video about it, of which there's an hour of me and Jess playing Hunt the Carved Figure. Hell, I might put like a little primer before the Alan Wake video, just so I can be like, you know, timestamp when you see the thing that I couldn't find. You know, Spice Chipmunk, it's kind of, I was thinking about it, The Boys is kind of similar to BoJack Horseman, in that when it first dropped, you know, recommending it to someone was not the massive physical and emotional undertaking that it is now, especially if you are currently based in the United States. And PVS, it does happen. I'm starting to... So, we mentioned earlier in the week that Steam condensed a bunch of tags together. The problem I'm hitting up against is that it merged a bunch of tags around mature content. So there's a few games now that aren't showing up on my radar because they squished all of the grown-up stuff into one bundle. Every game is now an immersive sin. What you did there? I saw it. And Yeti, Watto, and welcome. Coming in. Also, I got to tell people my one of Will's favourite pointless facts yesterday. That was quite nice. The TLDR is that obviously songs are copywritten. I forget the exact wording, but it's not just the song in its sound form that is protected. It is also the lyrics as they pertain to the song. So if you are writing a book and you say, and then the character belts out Fat Bottom Girls by Queen, you have to have permission to do that. Dice, Watto, and welcome. One of my favourite, I shouldn't say favourite, a comic series I read ages back called Sex Criminals had a whole thing where it was supposed to be the moment where the two characters fall for each other, where the lass is belting out Fat Bottom Girls by Queen. But they got in legal trouble for it, and instead of putting the lyrics to the song in this great, like, double page, you know, lovely little scene, they list all the legal shit they went through, and then ultimately just landed on a shrug. So yeah. Dice, Watto, and welcome. So, Wolfgrad, I was actually thinking about that just in the sense of, like, games that immortalize your own creative ideas. You know, Shrimp Game was fine. I think with time and money, it's going to be really good. But the idea that each shrimp that you use to clear a level is then immortalized with a name, like, what if at the end of a Vampire Survivors run, you named your character and it was added onto your own like Hall of Legends. That would be pretty cool. Exactly, Avenger. Does thou get sprung? I do not get sprung, sir. Ooh. Well, Dice, sorry the con's been bounced, because I know those are an earner. But at least the con crunch is over. What flavor of Miku are you gonna? Oh yeah. Well, Yeti, I will say, for as much as I've seen of the boys, it's more modern satirical. I never read the comics. I bounced off them hard, and I'm glad I didn't. The comics of the boys are not good. They are bad. They came from that like who can be the most edgy era of graphic novels, and not in a good way. Oh, cool. Well, Dice, here's hoping Spirit Swap sells a squillion copies and they pour some cash on you. There's a little bit of game news to talk about. I should probably let Discord know we're going. Just wanted to get a little bit more coffee in my system. I don't want to go into the specifics, but like just before going live, I found out I didn't get included on a press thing, which something we've done like a few years running. And it's not that they, messaged me and went, "Hey, sorry." It's that I just wasn't on there. So I'm feeling better now, nattering with you lot, just been looking after me and stuff. But the paranoia, not the salt, but the paranoia was very pronounced. Anyway, yeah. That's because I haven't written it version. I know. Like all the previous systems we used for like an automated go live, one turned to crypto, the other just stealthily dropped the one feature we needed and just started trying to charge for it. Oh no, it's not automatic. I got it right. Yeah. Oh, and yet like, I don't prescribe to that idea that, like, at least with graphic novels and stuff, that, I don't know. Not every writer and creator in that space has to be, like, Pratchett tier, like, good and always getting better. The edgelord era of comics did give us some good shit. I'm still thinking about Hard Boiled and, what was it, 100 Bullets and things like that. Just, don't read The Boys, don't read Crossed. Because ultimately, the shock and the horrible things don't serve any purpose. Spice Chickmonk, I'll do you, I'll split the difference and we can all start using MSN Messenger communicated via pigeons. How about that? Oh, we could return to Iqua. Yeah, and so again, Wolfgrad, like, it's like with BoJack, like, I can't say I recommend The Boys as a show that people should pick up if they haven't started. Like, I was there from the jump, and, it had one of the best mic drop endings to an episode I'd seen in a long time. But it is currently suffering from the trying to satire something that is almost unsatirable, which is a word that totally existed and not one I made up. Oh yeah, no. Everything about it is a trigger warning, and the comics are much worse. But the comics are worse with no point or meaning. Okay. 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 Discord has been alerted. I'll tell Blue Sky in but a moment.
No, you're gonna dig this.
And then we'll get into some game news bantermancy. Okay. Chornerus, what and welcome. DJ Coil, hello, hello. Shitaru, good to see you. Come on in, friends. Okay. Give me my emotional support jams. There we go. Well, so DJ Coil, I don't mean to be a fucking dick about this. It's just Sony were already very clear about what they were gonna do. It's sad to see, like, but nothing about it is surprising, unfortunately. If you didn't see, essentially, Bungie announced today the final live service update for Destiny 2 before they begin like full sunsetting. For those who don't know, when Bungie was sold to Sony, there was a proviso clause that Destiny 2 was going to hit certain milestones of success, and it didn't. That came and went. Now, most of us were predicting that Bungie was basically going to be broken down into parts and kind of shipped around the rest of Sony, because one of the big things that Sony put cash into for Bungie was live service support, because for a time Destiny 2 was like the poster child for a live service success story. Now the wheel has turned, that area is saturated, and the movement away from the kind of the looter shooter of it towards more like extraction shooters and other things and hero shooters and whatnot, plus Destiny 2's kind of, I don't want to say decline, because it was one of the big success stories. And Scotty Doggy, what and welcome. You know, there's been a lot going, but we know that Destiny 2 did not hit its, you know, we'll call them sales targets for lack of a better term. So yeah, now Sony is just putting them down. We were all a little worried that Marathon wasn't going to make it out the door. It did, and I'm real glad for that, but, you know. I mean, Destiny as a franchise will always stand as a little testament to, you know, if you can shoot for the moon, you might still succeed. You know, it is fascinating that as someone who's had beef with it over the years and has dipped in and out, you know, here at the long ship we've had our Jambit nights and things like that. The Jambit and the search for the Jambooty. A lot of the time, Destiny 2 was always, well, Destiny as a franchise was always just a couple of steps from incredible, but lots of people have spent a lot of time in that And it is a very, or was a very commercially successful game. The sad thing is that it's not commercially successful enough for Sony. That is why we are seeing this death. This is not a natural death. You know, if you think about other games with the same like level of fan base and success, those are still being maintained. You can still play The Old Republic, and WoW. You can still play fucking EVE Online and shit like that. You know, the fact that it's just being put down rather than being turned into like a legacy title, that's where you can see kind of like the hand of Sony. And it's sad. Yep, you can still play RuneScape. I mean, RuneScape was Jagex's only success. Well, so Scotty, that depends on the title. You know, keeping a legacy team going on a skeleton crew is not impossible. I think the Lord of the Rings MMO was or is still going, and that's like a handful of people. The problem is that Destiny 2 will never make as much money as it did at its peak. And therefore, Sony are like, nah, kill it. You know, they're not interested in maintaining something that existed. Rod, sir, Watto, and welcome. So, now, the way in which Bungie was sold to Sony was fucking horseshit and bad business. And basically, whoever got to drive away in their sports cars at that, I hope they never sleep a good night again. But, you know, you don't sell the bus if you have morals. Yeah. Now, I mean, DJ Coil, it could be just that they're going to cease doing, like, proper updates, proper content, and they're just going to move to a skeleton live service team who will be able to do, like, little events and little things, but no new content, no new assets, right? It's just going to be a handful of, maybe, like, 1 or 2 CMs, you know, a couple of network people, probably maybe no more than, like, 4 or 5 staff on it. And yeah, DJ Coil, we know. And, you know, a pox upon their houses. I don't know. There's a different timeline where Bungie stayed independent throughout all of this, and the success of Marathon led to, you know, essentially a Destiny 3 or Destiny Forever or what have you, where they could finally build, like, a good, like, storytelling framework. Yeah, dishonor on them, but not the cow. The cow is innocent. We love that cow. True. Oh, actually, Scotty, I'm thinking of you the other day. Sorry, I could have phrased that better. Defiance is on Amazon Prime. I have to go back and give it a watch. But yeah. Like, we've talked about Destiny a lot over the years because it was the poster child for a live service experience. Oh no, J-Post, I'm so sorry. I hope they weren't too terrible. I keep trying to say things like, giant robot, where to buy giant robot? Dog food, must remember to buy dog food. And trying to train my ad algorithms. It's nice. You know, a lot of the time I will see ads for new type.
The sleeved card shop is up and running. Now to figure out which shops are next door to it. So many EE words to go through.
I'm not sure what you mean by EE words, but thank you for the 200. Watto and welcome. How you doing, friend? I hope you got some proper sleep. So yeah. Okay, so for game news, I guess we should tell Blue Sky first. As nerds should already know. They should already be here. Okay. Both. Okay. And Mega Boss, what and welcome. Right. Okay. Video game news. So, we've got some quick stuff, we've got some good stuff. No. So Shackle, last week after cracking some of the puzzles, we reached Blueprints Shippuden, where the characters are all aged up, but they get new abilities. The intro is pretty edgy, but I'm not sure if it's got staying power. How you doing? Watto and welcome. We've had a few of the classic squad popping in this week. It's been nice. Miss everybody. Yeah, no, actually, that was the whole thing with the clocks, was unlocking the time skip. Yeah. I am looking forward to the dual battle arc. I've been told that's really good. And Ikari, that's good to hear. It's good to hear. For those of you who weren't here yesterday, we did tackle the Alan Wake Phasmo content, and we did almost all of it. The only thing we had left to do was run around and hunt all the words of power, and that was just for a cosmetic. And yeah, I don't know if you all want spoilers or banter or what have you. And Megaboss, see, this is one of those things where I try and keep game news to stuff that, like, affects us, or is at least worth, like, knowing. I know I get drawn into the drama as well, but, like, Deep Rock Galactic Rogue has sold great. Yeah, here we go. Deep Rock Galactic Rogue Core. It has been out for a day, and it already has... Well, let's make sure it's all languages. It already has 4,880 reviews on Steam. Like, from what I have seen, the pain points, users are not a fan of the time limits. That's probably going to change. It's an early access title that has done gangbusters. It's in the same way that, like, there's a bit of... I guess everybody's farming it for clicks, but the apparently the wildlife in Subnautica 2 is a little more vicious than the devs had intended, which is leading to drama. No, it's not. But look, hey, you work on the blogosphere, you need to get your clicks. You do you, homies. You do you. You know, it is very, very fascinating right now how if you rotate between the major, like, outlets, each one finds a different hyperbole angle for a lot of the big release stuff. One of the advantages about doing this is that we don't have to do that. Yeah. Because, like, ultimately, like Luke Plunkett's article about, no one needs to worry about sales figures is an interesting one. Like, it doesn't actually matter to us as consumers how well a game sells, or what the Twitter sloposphere thinks about it. Like, it doesn't matter. If you are playing the games and you are enjoying it, they can't hurt you, and they can't, like, how well a game does can't affect you. The reason I go deep into it is I'm trying to understand the industry of it, and Deep Rock Galactic Rogue Core, well, they took Deep Rock Galactic and made it a roguelike. That's just, unless they severely biffed it up, or there's some heinous shit going on that dev, like, Ghost Ship Games took a smart idea and did it. Like, there's no rocket science to it. It's just hard work, Whereas we've talked a lot about Thick as Thieves and other games which have just gone, shit, we're not going to survive till launch. What's the minimum viable product we can put out on Steam, and how can we change it to survive? That's something that we can learn from it, right? Yes. And again, DJ Coil, like, I know I talk about it a lot, but that's because I'm just acutely fucking aware of it. I'm extremely lucky. Like, we can sit here for the next, 20 minutes, or we can sit here for 2 hours, and we can break this down like grown-ups and understand it, from both an empathic situation and from, an industry analytical standpoint. We can understand the industry, where it's at, why the thing is the way it is, and come away from it a little bit smarter. God damn it, Holy Boss. I'm getting up to stretch, so you do too. Oh, good. Let me finish my thought before I hurt. But I also... So yeah, I'm in a very, very unique position, because you throw in bits or donations or what have you. That's what pays my rent every month, and that's why I'm still sitting here. I don't have to game the system. I don't have to chase, search engine optimization terms. I don't have to do that fucking... Is there a name for the face that people do on YouTube thumbnails? I was looking up something before I went live. I saw a particular thumbnail for a YouTube video, and my immediate reaction was, oh, fuck off. Is it just thumbnail face? Now, I'm not saying I've never pulled that face. I think the last time that reaction happened was when we found the Puzzle Sicko puzzles in Resident Evil 9. But yeah. Oh, and Fred, what and welcome. You're early again. I hope you're doing good, friend. But yeah. Anyway, TLDR, I'm very grateful that we have the time to be able to pick this stuff apart. God damn it! I knew stalling was gonna bite me on the ass. So RPG Maker's going 3D. That's cool. There's a bunch of little game news stuff to talk about. The one that no one else is touching on that's huge is that 47, one of the biggest video game PR firms, just merged with another firm in the UK, making it the single largest PR firm in the English language. 47 do all the PR and comms for a lot of the huge AAA games and GDC and a bunch of others. I think they also do media, they also do traditional media, movies and TV and stuff. I know they do a lot of stuff. Oh, god damn it. Okay, 1, not a cult. 2, how many is that? 20? I gotta stop stalling. Okay. Yeah, well, and Scotty, that's the thing. Now, I don't think the 47 conglomeration is going to affect things massively, but it's just a reminder of, you can't always see the empires that control the things when those empires are the ones delivering the very information that people talk about. Oh, whoa, Catastros. Don't accuse me of learning here. That would imply growth. Okay, got 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. God damn it, Dom. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 4 and 25. There we go. Whew. Okay. Hello. Okay, so then Vigia Gaming newsy stuff. So yeah, the 47 Communications merge means that 47 now has like native offices both in the US and UK. Now, the time they should have done this was back in the 2010s, but you know. As predicted, in video game drama that is worth paying attention to, as predicted, the whole thing around Zero Parade, Zawa next game after Disco Elysium, that drama is going to be a whole fucking thing. Okay, just very, very quickly in case you don't know. So Disco Elysium releases and does massively well. And then from then on, it has just been a drama fest. There are so many things to get into. I highly recommend the People Make Games breakdown, both the first and second videos. It's a lot of content, but it's a lot of drama. And when I say drama, I mean like, God, the main creatives being very, very toxic, but also the people owning a studio being very, very toxic and possibly doing some shady shit. Again, other people have gone into it better than I. This caused the core team around Disco Elysium to completely fracture, go over to like multiple different studios, but then also Zawa continuing to make a similar game. Zero Parades will be coming out, I think, this week, or is it today? I forget. Expect a lot of controversy and a lot of...
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Damn it, Dom.
Cult membership renewal once again. Whilst we'll shit spricks in VR, we will be doing Scuba IRL in 2 weeks' time. Resub hype Viking 64 hug Viking 64 Fender Viking 64 cat heart.
So firstly, not a cult. Again, if it was a cult, I would have significantly more funds. I hope you both have a great time. Sorry we can't come out to celebrate in person. But I really mean it. I hope you both have a great time. Alright? And if you do end up having somebody stream the ceremony or what have you, do let us know. Can try and either get up early or stay up late. Well, so Chonorus, I know what you mean. I think Disco Elysium is a great example that being a good creative does not make you a good leader. And it's this thing that's prevalent in a lot of industries, but everybody working together over years nature of video games, and this whole idea that, you know, the most creative person should be the one in charge. No. The person in charge should be someone that understands people management and logistics, right? Not somebody who is a good writer inherently. Disco Elysium comes from this concept that a few of the OG creatives had been percolating for a while, right? It wasn't just something they came up with, you know, off the cuff. It was something that had been organically grown. And the stress of video games plus that kind of like interconnectedness led to a very toxic environment. Some good leadership and some good management and some strong production probably could have helped with that one. I guess it's the duality genres, is like having strong production and strong management doesn't mean putting the business before the art, you know, and having a lead creative who is responsible for the creative vision is good, but that person should not also be responsible for other people. Not all art comes from cohesion. Sometimes art does come from healthy conflict. Another thing I was talking about this morning with Jess is like, Concord was a shit show. Concord was a shit show behind the scenes. Concord was a shit show in its release. And a big problem with it was toxic positivity. Like, there was a group of people where no one was being the bad guy and no one was prepared to say, kill your darlings. So everyone's being all happy, pat each other in the back, like, that's so good. Go, Kylie, go. Your character design is so good. And ultimately, they had to bring in other studios to help finish it and things like that. You know, there needs to be a certain level of kill your darlings, but there also needs to be a situation where people are... If your creatives start to spiral, there needs to be something between friction and holy shit, this is a toxic environment that is damaging people. You know what I mean? And it's that gap where someone needs to be the grown-up and be like, you, Derek, you're wrong, fuck off and calm down. All right, everybody, we're all going to take a breath. We're all going to work through this. No, and genres, I think it's a really good, discussion point. Like, Zawa from what I understand, the business people may or may not have been doing shady shit, but they were kind of very hands-off. But they were putting pressure on the team. So the team is being put in this pressure cooker, and it exploded. However, a great piece of art came from it. And if you played Disco Elysium, you understand that, like, you know, healthy people don't make video games. If emotionally healthy, happy individuals don't make games. It's a hard way of expressing your artistic intent. And it's a lot of work. Yeah. So yeah. It's hard to point to Zawarum and go, this is the villain, but it's also not... I'm also not saying that as an excuse for it. Like, I'm not touching Zero Parades because I have no idea where things are going to go with that. However, the reason I bring this up is that this is one of those things where business drama and public drama are going to, I want to say, coalesce. Basically, the one of the Fracture teams from Zawa who are making Hope Town, they put out their new trailer and launch date announcement the very day that Zero Parades is coming out. Like, and in the language of PR and communications, that's a big fat middle finger, you know? Yeah. Well, and Hoffa's, there are many, many villains in gaming, but they're not always as clear as just heroes and villains. And this goes back to what DJ Coyle was saying about, like, you know, pandering to the search engine optimization. Having a level-headed understanding of a situation and seeing all the moving parts, that doesn't make for good telly, right? You need a villain and you need a fucking hero and it needs to be a battle. Sometimes everyone's bad, but then the game is good. You know. Now, I will say, Megaboss, that whole thing that Noodle put out on Strange Scaffold and their mentality was really good, because it's like Zalavir's been saying for years about how to do it, but Noodle encapsulates the actual day-to-day of what running a studio like that is and how it works. Oh yeah, no, Chaunerus, the whole thing between Harvest Moon and Story of Seasons is hella toxic. Like, that's a grudge that has been etched in stone. And then both teams got bodied by Stardew, so imagine how that sits in the studio. there's this huge internal conflict behind the folks who came up with Harvest Moon. And because of that, one little bloke based out of Seattle was like, honey, I want to make a Harvest Moon game. Will you bankroll me for a couple of years? Oh, I'm a squillionaire now. Huh, go figure. You know? Anyway, so rest of game news stuff that's worth a little bit of your attention. So aside from that drama kicking off, I put this in Discord because this isn't important for like, oh my god, video game news, but it is an interesting point of data. So there's been a lot of complaints that Overwatch has been getting shitloads of cool shit and support just for China, and they're kind of trying to sweep away just any like quotable statements on it. Predominantly, the NetEase deal came with. Okay, sorry, I shouldn't state this as fact. Reading the information and understanding what we know, it seems that NetEase put in a lot of cash for the Overwatch deal. And whether it is a third party that is creating the new assets for it, whether it is Blizzard in-house, that money is coming from NetEase, but it is generating significantly more money in China than it is in other regions. You know, it's not really getting talked about. I mean, maybe it's getting talked about at, you know, GDC over, you know, cocktails and backrooms and whatnot, but, you know, if you are making a multiplayer game, China makes considerably more money. Releasing your game in the Chinese market makes considerably more money. There are lots of games that are doing wildly successfully in that region, and one of those is Overwatch. Overwatch has fallen from favor in the US. Like, it's still big. You know, we talk about the fall of Overwatch. It's still big, right? There's still shit tons of people playing it, but, you know, Marvel Rivals ate a lot of their lunch. The loss of the Overwatch League, and just a general downturn in a lot of other spheres. Like, it's not the powerhouse in the US that it was, but it is a powerhouse in China. In the past, Blizzard have basically made forked versions of their titles for the Chinese market, and this isn't any different, but the difference in quality is very pronounced. You know, and aside from a few weirdos who were super into games industry stuff, who used to play World of Warcraft, like, no one really talked about it. You know, everybody talked about that, oh my god, they censored the skeletons in the Chinese version of World of Warcraft. And no one talked about the actual, like, number of events and extra content. Well, the other thing, Scotty, and this is where I need to understand how the Chinese games market operates before I can really, you know, advise or discuss it properly, but they seem to be grasping onto online titles and holding onto them. Now, the old way of thinking was based on the net cafe premise that people in, you know, regions like South Korea, Japan, China did not have the dedicated space or resources to have a PC, making net cafes kind of like the de facto place. The thing with a net cafe is it has to be games that you have on an account that you can, you know, log into and play, leading to a lot more multiplayer titles.
Hardest part of dealing with data is removing confirmation bias, but it generally goes as I expect.
So, Ehrman, 1, that was very funny. 2, that was very right as well. This is the problem that I'm suffering from, right? Like, because when I talk about, like, net cafe knowledge and things like that, that's old. You know, people used to talk about that shit back in the fucking, you know, StarCraft 1 days. Like, why did StarCraft become such a huge esports thing? You know, it was in net cafes all across, you know, South Korea, and the way Blizzard did their licensing is that you could broadcast matches of StarCraft and Brood War without having to pay huge licensing fees. Now, that's not so much a thing anymore, but Blizzard tried to jack the price of licensing for StarCraft 2, and how much that cost to broadcast, and that kneecapped the shit out of it. These days, it's different. You know, the proliferation of, you know, streams like this would make it much, much harder for an entity like Blizzard to start running around and being like, no, you can't stream this unless you pay us money. Because, I mean, I shouldn't say any judge, but anywhere with any modicum of sense would be like, well, for the last decade, you've let me check my notes here, everyone stream your product, and you're going to start turning around and saying like, oh, they're infringing. But this just goes back to an old conversation. To the truest letter of the law, no one on Twitch should be streaming video games without a written licensing agreement. The EULA that you agree to for most video games says, no, you cannot stream this game for money. But everyone does. And no games company would want to stop that, apart from a few stupid ones. I'm looking at you, whoever it is at Sega that doesn't want people broadcasting Persona games, fucking idiot. But yeah, this is one of those things where, like, it hasn't gone to court. If it did, it would probably end up going in favor of the streamage, just because so much of it happens. And that, like, Blizzard have given away, you know, emotes and badges on Twitch to in that environment, so they couldn't claim they didn't know. Anyway, so I'm getting wildly off topic here. My big worry and my big concern is that the wheel has turned. I can't rely on old knowledge. I can't sit here and tell you like, oh, well, this is the thing that you need to know about the Chinese games market, because how out of date is my knowledge? Like, how much do we actually know coming out of it, you know? A larger portion of the companies that do business in China, like Blizzard, they have a deal with NetEase, who are native. Sorry, my apologies. I shouldn't say native, but, you know, have offices that work and operate in the Chinese market. You know, it's not... If Blizzard sells a game in Germany, they might go through a third-party PR agency or what have you, but, you know, they're just selling it as is. If they start selling games in China, there's a lot more hoops to go through, which is why a lot of the companies tend to work with someone. But that also means that there's a level of obfuscation in what we in the English language territory see and understand. Right now, it's just a black box of money. If you can get into it, suddenly there's money coming out of it. You know, we know why, for example, the Russian market is super into online games. And it's because they pirate the shit out of everything. You know, even before the world turned and things got worse, you know, due to, you know, post-economic crash Russia, piracy was rampant in that region. The success of World of Tanks was because you played it for free. So you didn't pirate it, you just played it. And some people would spend money on it, but most people just played it. Yeah, well, so Scotty, the reason why I try and make sure that I'm always checking my knowledge is that also used to be the quote-unquote rule when dealing with the Japanese games industry. That's not the case anymore. Now, I can't comment as to whether or not, like, Japanese xenophobia was a real or a thing disgruntled tourists came up with, but during the 90s and the 2000s into the 2010s, if you did not have a Japanese office, Japanese games industry companies would not deal with you. A catastrophe, you know what I mean. Yeah, I did have 10 years of knowledge 8 years ago. Hell, I'm just lucky that, one, you lot are also smart, and that we spend our days talking about this stuff, so I haven't just devolved into some, like, gibbering, thumbnail-faced idiots being like, you won't believe the deal with Destiny! Whoa! You know, trying to understand this stuff is important. And the thing is, the amount of money that Overwatch is generating internationally is not being translated into the quality of improvements in the title. That's a thing, you know, the quality of life for people working on the main title in California is not improving, despite the fact that they've been in this market making more and more cash. So yeah. Dom, I'm sure I have no idea who you could be referring to. Damn it, I need a, you know the woof fan we used to have? I need one like that just says, Will's being a bitch, so I can just fan myself. I don't know. I'm always afraid of becoming trapped in a bubble so small that it's just my own predetermined bias looping back on itself. Because the world has turned. The games industry is not what it was even like 2 years ago. And like, I think it's really important. And that's one of the reasons why I just wanted to highlight this as a data point. Yeah. And Fred, it hasn't stopped. That's what's so wild. Excuse me. It hasn't solidified. Oh, Xbox has been hiring idiot analysts again. I did link that Eurogamer article because it had the best quote. And this is the headline. Xbox hires analyst who said games were losing the attention battle to gambling, crypto, and porn. As chief strategy officer. Oh, that's Matthew Ball, who I think we can just collectively call Matthew Ballbag. We don't need... Not every catchy nickname needs to be clever. They're also bringing in someone, Scott Van Vellet, who was an AI-focused Microsoft person who did a stint at Amazon Game Studios. For those who don't know, Amazon Game Studios was a complete fucking shit show at a management level. Now, whether Xbox is a lifeboat for executives trying to survive the coming AI cull, or whether it is just a bunch of brain-rotted, you know, AI psychosis-suffering idiots who run around licking the fucking walls, I'll never know. Well, maybe one day we'll know. I'm just saying, we could take out a lot more CEOs if we started putting lead in the paint. Oh, Varble says they've worked under Scott. That's good. Okay. Like Hoffers, at least you hear The World Has Turned, you hear Galadriel and not Weezer. Could be worse. Well, okay, you all know my thoughts, which is that the concept of the attention economy is an insane capitalist idea. Is there a term for when someone comes up with a theory that is correct within its own framework, but is batshit insane? I don't know if there's a good shorthand term for that. If you're unaware of what I'm talking about, so the attention economy is this idea that a person's attention in a day is a limited resource that you should try and steal as much of. That every moment that you spend doing something that is not a thing with the product is, you know, the attention economy pulling you away. This predominantly comes from this post-TikTok idea, right? That, you know, our attention is being siphoned, is being stolen and put into places. And if you want to look at the world thusly, you can, but that's not how it works. And if you're looking at in business, that's not how it works, right? You know, the idea that if you want to make the next live service shooter, you have to compete with TikTok and porn. The fuck are you talking about? Like, because you see the insanity of that zenith, right? Like, oh shit, are you spending time with your family? Are you spending time with your pets? Man, the attention economy has pulled you away from the product. The fuck are you talking about? Like, the current CEOs don't have the level of shame these days. The current CEOs do not have the level of lethal metals in their bloodstream that they should. Put lead back into paint. Sorry. It's an insane concept because it's this idea that, you know, you have boiled down a person into someone who is just in a constant state of consumption of product, consumption of media, and that you have to be the thing that they are consuming all the time. You know, I forget the quote because I got it from one of you lot. You know, the snack foods talking about replacing every meal with, what was it, Skittles or something. Like, we joke about the backlog, right? And we joke about having our piles of shame, but one of the things of existing is being allowed to buy something and then go, I'll build it later. I'll play that later. Oh, that's a lovely game. I don't feel like it right now, but let's come back to it. You know, creating something of worth and value that users wish to spend money on. And what I'm saying is incredibly capitalistic. Create art that makes money. But it's not even close to the insanity of anyone dealing in this concept of the attention economy. Because, you know, like, the attention economy started coming into people's vocabulary when TikTok became part of, like, the marketing strategy. Yeah, consumption is in tuberculosis. God. And Laoshi, it is Plato's cave, where the companies are arguing that we're looking at someone else's shadow and not theirs. Like, now, TikTok is not everything. It is not the internet's town square. It is currently one of the big communication platforms, but it's weird. It's not, content is not equal on there. And anything that is predominantly based around catchy or popular music does well. You know, as we've seen with Disco is Dead, Dead is Disco, a TikTok campaign based around tunes does great. But there is the possibility of having like a viral moment or something like that. And in TikTok, the discussion of the quote-unquote attention economy based on scrolling through your, you know, For You page, one of the predominant uses of it as a platform. It was a term that started leaking in because it was I don't know if you've all noticed that trailers will start with an immediate clip followed by a trailer starts now. That comes from the attention economy concept of marketing, that you need to immediately tell users what they're about to see. So Varbles, there is a validity in understanding your users and how they are, right? I'm going to give you a nice hyperbole example. Don't release your game the same week as a huge prestige TV show finale, i.e., don't release your game the day fucking the Game of Thrones finale comes out. No one's going to be talking about your game, you know? Understanding that if there is a huge cultural touchstone moment, you know, what used to be like a big Marvel release or something like that, like, that's going to eat up all the air in the room, you know? It's not that those things are your competitors. It's those things are like tides. I've often talked about game dev as like charting the seas. You need to get from here to here. And how you do that, there are many ways. But there are also random things that can fucking happen that can wreck your shit. You know, you cannot control the storms and you cannot control the tides. You can chart and you can plan. It's how you adapt to those situations that happen. If you know there is going to be tropical storms because of tropical storm season, don't do what the Spanish did and load all your fucking gold into one boat and then get it lost. Who wants to talk about the Ursa gold? The Ursa gold is the quote-unquote treasure that inspired the treasure of Treasure Island. And it was the dumbest fucking idea that anyone has ever done. Let's put all of our cash on one boat. What could go wrong? Sir, you're sailing it through storm season. Ah, it's fine, because I say so. Spoiler, it was not fine. Anyway. And yeah, so Varbles, it's not that... I'm not dismissing what you're saying, it's just when you let the concept of the attention economy command your thinking in how you are producing games and how you are communicating with users, I'm still uncomfortable when people talk about content as an honest to goodness thing, or talk about IPs. Like, you're talking about a business term that for disambiguation of thing, right? Like, I know we talk about it, but that's because like an IP can be larger than a single product, so occasionally needs discussion. Hang on, let me find the spelling. It's the plot of Black Sails. Urkagold. From the Urca de Lima. One of the largest treasure galleons in the New World. Oh, no. The Urca de Lima was not the Spanish galleon that fucked up. Oh, okay, sorry. Allow me to correct. It was one of the largest... it was part of one of the largest treasure fleets and ran aground by Florida. While the Spanish attempted to burn the wrecks and hide the gold, hide the treasure, it was eventually nicked by Henry Jennings. Okay, sorry, my apologies. The point being is that they put a treasure fleet through Florida during storm season. Man, I need to brush up on my pirate knowledge. I've got so much video game stuff up here that my pirate knowledge is getting weird. Anyway. I think that when people start talking about the quote-unquote attention economy in earnest, I think that they are reaching a level of insanity that will affect so much. Because, like, let's go back to Destiny 2. Destiny 2 is shutting down. Destiny 2 is shutting down because Destiny did not hit the sales targets that were promised when Sony bought them. But Destiny 2 is not failing, right? It's just not the all-consuming, all-encompassing everything. You know, the attention economy is that idea of, oh, well, if you're doing anything other than paying attention to our product, then we're failing and it is wrong, so we must do more. And what we have seen is that, you know, the building of, like, true empires, you gotta let people breathe, right? There is a compression effect when users are overwhelmed with content, which creates a situation where people will be like, yeah, nah, I'm good. A lot of people have talked about this phenomenon that happens when people who stopped playing World of Warcraft predominantly stopped playing for one fascinating thing, which is that they fell behind on dailies and then never came back. The game that was supposed to be kind of like the grand adventure became this like laundry list of chores of everything you had to be doing all the time. And when you fell off, you were like, oh shit, this wasn't good. I was spinning plates. I was doing chores every day. Hamsternator, allegedly, there's people still breathing. Allegedly. I have no evidence. Inundating users with, the constant tide of everything does create a situation where you're asking so much of them in every session. And the amount that you are asking of them does not relate into the experiences that they're getting, right? And by which I mean, if I say, hey everybody, we're going to do Stellaris multiplayer this weekend. Now, all of you know how much mental and emotional investment that will require, and you can kind of make a choice on that one. But you also know what you're getting out of it. Whereas if I say, hey, we're going to do a Longship World of Warcraft guild, like, what are we actually getting out of it? What are we actually doing? And is it just signing up to do a bunch of chores every day in a digital environment? Martin just says, Will, I would burn this place to the fucking ground. Don't worry. There is no chance of that happening. Do not worry. Now, do I still proudly carry my Horde wallet with me everywhere? Oh yeah, fuck yeah, for the Horde. But, nah. As a lot of Mobage that I was enjoying, I've dropped off of because I realized I was just doing chores every day and not actually playing it. That's another one that the people who talk obsessively about the attention economy, I'm trying to think of some really good examples. I played this one Gundam game that was, it was supposed to be based on like building model Gundams and having them fight. And it was a Mobage, and it was fine. But the hook was supposed to be that you built your Gundam and you got to see it running around and actually fighting people, like with action combat. And you could set it to auto fight if you wanted, but it was fucking cool. And then I realized I'd been playing it for a few months, hadn't been spending any cash on it, but I wasn't actually playing the game anymore. I'd log in, I'd go to the different like little exclamation points inside the UI, I'd click all of those, I'd get my stuff, I'd then use skip tickets that I was getting given repeatedly to do my quote-unquote dailies. So literally, number was just going up on the hope that I could unlock something that I needed to make my Gundam even more Gundamier. A technical term, don't look it up. I wasn't playing. I was just doing UIs. I was just in the loop, right? And as soon as you get into the obsessive idea of the attention economy, that is the desirable outcome. You feel me? Yeah, okay. Skip tickets are an absolute scourge. Because if your game is so obnoxiously grindy that users are begging to get the reward for the thing without having to do the thing, like, what the fuck is wrong with your game? Sorry, I don't mean to be mean, but like, stop and think about it for a second. Your users are playing a game, but they need so many resources from that game results that they need to be able to skip the playing part of the game. Oh, and Bronx Watto and welcome. Yeah, Business Fish is somewhere. I think he's snoozing with the Arc Axolotl. Yeah. Well, and DJ Coil, again, like, that's why I find Mobage so fascinating to study, is that Mobage's whole obsession with the attention economy pulls the user further and further away from the playing of the game, more to the living in UI and being caught in a loop designed to make you spend money. You know, I heard a lot about, what was it, like Idle Fortress, and I was like, oh, finally, okay, something I can play now. The ones that I have played and enjoyed, Arknights. Arknights is fun. The problem with Arknights is you get to a certain level where you need specific characters, or you need characters that can do specific things, and if you don't get lucky on the pulls, it feels very much like they're saying, oh, well, if you want to clear this story mission, you need Dave and his fucking plunger, or you need Lady Dave, who also has a plunger. No plunger characters, no victory. So you end up doing dailies to get the money to try and get the pulls to get your Dave or Lady Dave. And that's kind of where I started to fall off. I do enjoy my little Gundam SD game. That one, it's more just... I've reached the point where the game is either so, like, hand-wavingly easy or impossible, and there's nothing in between. And there's no way to get stronger. Yeah. Well, and Catastros, the other thing that I really hate is that for all of the UI in Mobage Gacha, nothing is explained. The basics, how to click a button, is drastically explained, and how to spend money is explained in excruciating detail. But all of the resources and what they equate to is heavily obfuscated. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, I think it's because they build houses atop houses with the systems. But it creates a situation where you have to go back and forth between two different menus to try and work out, well, my purple fun coins can be turned into squig mods, and squig mods can be separated into squigs and mods, and the squigs can be used for guns, but the mods can be used for pies, and the pies can equal characters, but only if I use them a flam for flam. And that's only being tolerated because they're measuring the amount of time you spend in the title and on what screens. It's the absolute opposite of like Valve's eye tracking and follow the light. The goal is to trap you, to trap your attention. Now look, I'm not here to say all Mobage are evil and bad. If you are aware, and if it is not detrimental to your health and wallet, go for it. I'm still playing my little Gundam game. Well, actually, I haven't played it in months, but it's still there when I want it. And I did enjoy Arknights up until a point. You know, I've tried a few others. Very few of them have gained my attention. The Gundam one I was playing, where you actually had like a little robot, they closed that. It's like, all right. They started trying to do a crossover with the model kits. No one cared. It was also super stingy with what it would give you. Yeah. Anyway, so this all leads back to this fact of like the concept. Once people start talking about the attention economy, the goal is not to entertain you. The goal is not to bring you something that you will enjoy and spend money on. The goal is to trap you, to trap your attention, to trap your focus. Right? Because when you start talking about the attention economy, you're not talking about entertaining someone. You're talking about, you know, some fucked up Star Wars shit where you create like a gravity well. Oh yeah, Scotty, things like FOMO, like weaponized FOMO in terms of like seasonal events. Now, again, a lot of the things that are used to manipulate people, I don't believe were cooked up in a lab to be villainous. You know, the idea of the Christmas skin, the idea of the seasonal skin, I don't think came from that. But the idea of, oh, here's a cool thing and it's only available for a week, buy it or get fucked. Creating this virtual scarcity. Yeah, Catastros, it's like Genshin. For those of you who we haven't had the chance to hang or raid with them or what have you, but a good friend of mine, Tuna, was predominantly on Monster Hunter and went into Genshin, and as it got more aggressive with its monetization. It was really heartbreaking to see what that did to them. You know? Genshin's like weaponized FOMO and like adding stacking mechanics on top of mechanics to force people to continuously pull on characters, like, was sinister, intentionally or unintentionally, right? And the thing is, like, I'm not immune to this shit. So for those of you who know, I play this game. This is one of my downtime games because I enjoy it and it's probably extremely boring to watch. I like shooty gun bang. The Cyberpunk 2077 collaboration is back. I spent $5 to get the V's jacket and outfit. Well, I guess it's Johnny's jacket, but yeah, to get the samurai jacket for Arena. And for a while, they had these two outfits: the Trauma Team and then the Arasaka Ninja, and that fucking Maul Katana, which I've been murdered by multiple times. And it's back! Now, it's not in relation to anything, and there's no reason why this should be like a limited time event, but it is. The little car is just an in-game item you can find and put in your inventory. But the thing that got both me and Jess is, you can't really see it well here, but these two guns, the Snipper Riffle and a fancy AK, they are gorgeous. And you can only get them through random pulls. At most expensive, to get both of these guns is about $55. Like, think about that. That $50 for us is so much food and so much of our, like, essentials. Don't even know. But it was there, and I regretted not getting it. They got me. They got me with the fucking hook. And now it's back, and I can feel those little psychological claws being like, oh, Will, you regretted it when you missed it last time, and now it's here. You know? I don't talk about this shit like I'm immune to it. I think a lot of people, especially on Blue Sky, love to pretend to be, what's the word? Above it all. I'm not. I understand it. It doesn't mean I'm, like, special. Anyway. Sorry, we went on a lot of tangents there. But yeah, weaponized FOMO it's powerful. And the thing is, again, it's not FOMO used for any creative reason. It's just trying to get me to spend $50 that I do not fucking have. Sorry, I don't mean to keep bringing money into the conversation. We're getting into the scary part of the year and all of that stuff. I will. But yeah. And Fred, while definitely a very, very separate point, that is one of my critiques of Cyberpunk. There's no downside to getting completely modded out, even though the plot points to the anime is all about cyberpsychosis, that you as a player, the more metal you cram into yourself, the better and cooler and murderier you are. So enjoy, I guess. Like, in Cyberpunk 2077, there is no downside to filling your entire body with cool gadgets. Where are my playlists at? Fine. You're going to have to deal with Face Miner. Created by Madrek. It is very good. But anyway, that's an aside to an aside. You know, Don was saying that the FOMO is how the Division 2 kept him playing throughout the last few seasons. Got to get the new exotics, got to get the shiny. And hey, if you are enjoying the gameplay loop and they are rewarding you, that is fine. It's just the attention economy is like the twist towards. It's not even about playing the game anymore. It's just about pulling you and your eyeballs towards their screen, their place, their advertising platform. That guy, Watto and welcome. Because Sea of Thieves did FOMO story events for a while, and honestly, I enjoyed them. You know? And yeah. But I will say, Fred, that for a mainstream title, like, Cyberpunk 2077 fails in some of the core cyberpunk bits, but it succeeds in a lot of others. You know, it does a much better job of portraying Night City as a melting pot of cultures. And, you know, ultimately the themes of those who think they're fighting the man and those who are actually fighting to destroy, you know, the evils of hyper-corporate capitalism, and, like, that, I think, is where it shines. You know, the humanization of someone who lives in a cyberpunk world, and the difference between running your mouth and actually changing things. You know, there's loads of thematic things without it that I think are great, but it did annoy me a little bit when I was watching Cyberpunk Edge Runners, and they're like, oh man, this guy's got so much metal, he's starting to go insane. And I'm like, yo, when I was V, I was so full of stuff. You know, I don't even want to know what percentage of V was still human by the time I was left. Yeah. Oh, and Fred, they never even finished the cop plot. But you know, I'm not going to turn around here and say that Cyberpunk is a perfect piece of art, but for something its budget size, it says a lot of shit that other pieces of media have kind of been afraid to touch on. So, okay, just jumping back quickly. Yeah, that's pretty much it for video game news. Today was the Warhammer Skulls thing. I wasn't involved this year. You can get an email. But there also didn't seem to be anything massive. Like, there's a Helldivers 40k crossover, but like ultimately Helldivers 2 succeeds because of its like interconnected story and its brilliant understanding of how to do like satire at scale. So yeah, I haven't seen anything else doing the rounds today, like video gamery wise, to get into the paint about. You know, oh, to that guy, did I say hello? I hope I did. Watto and welcome. Like right now, loads of people are over in Japan for Bit Summit. I don't know if we'll see any huge announcements coming out of that, but you know, it should be cool. I will admit, I'm definitely jelly. There's a lot of union news today. Obviously, the IGN still bad. Apparently, Wizards of the Coast have been pulling some more horse piss. They haven't been acknowledging the WotC guilds that have been put together, but they have been sending people fucking personal emails. Sorry, they have been sending people personal letters. My apologies. Which seems unsettling, to say the very least. Yeah, and I haven't seen anything else coming across my my feed. As for the fancy new releases, the Morkborg game is out today, along with Retail Hell. Hang on, you know what? Let me just show you, because we will be jumping into blueprints in a little bit, and quick show of hands, like who's going to be tapping out to avoid spoilers when we hit blueprints, just so I know who I'm going to be saying goodbye to. So yeah, Morkborg Heresy Supreme dropped today. I don't know where my tabletop sickos are, but Morkborg has quite the reputation. And this is an official product, and you can see very much by its styling. I appreciate Morkborg as a tabletop because it is designed with an end in mind. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Hamsnator is pronounced Morkborg! But, you know, I want to save my voice. We've got a lot of talking to do today. I can't go Morkborg every time. Catastros, go get some sleep, friend. It's always good to see it, and I hope the new job's not kicking your ass. Yeah, I mean, it's by Morbidware. The other title they did was The Text Assist, a bullet hell exorcism game. Oh, sorry, a bullet hell typing hybrid. I can type quite quickly when I need to, but one thing I've noted is that I can't do a lot of like fast typing games with I just go completely like monosyllabic. As for what else is on the Will's wish list release, so Retail Hell, Little Fire did a stream of the demo a while back, and there are a lot of titles that are attempting to take kind of like the job game and mix it with either narrative or horror, and this looks like one of the better ones. You know, we used to play this drinking game called Jamaican Gravy, and it wasn't a particularly complicated game. It was all about like flicking a packet and gambling on whether it would land like heads or tails side, essentially. And if it landed on the side, everybody lost. So you would gamble like fingers of drinking. If you won, you could point those at somebody else, and if you lost, you drank yours plus whatever was pointed at you. Okay. Now, the thing about Jamaican Gravy that made it such a powerful drinking game was very simple. Alright, we'll just, if you won 3 times in a row, you could add a rule. And so throughout the night, as more people won, the complexity of the game would increase. Retail Hell does this great job of, well, you're in hell, and you're working a convenience store, and the citizens of hell will come to you for soda, hot dogs, etc. But each of the citizens ends up having weird, strange rules. One person talks backwards, so you have to read it like back to front. One person speaks only in leet speak. So I had this moment that is now haunting, where I had to translate leet speak into English for Jess. But, you know, also there are particular monsters that will try and break in. There are particular monsters that will try and kill you, but only if you do or do not do certain things. And I think there are a few people scratching at this premise. From what I saw of Jess's playthrough of it, you know, the demo, Retail Hell might be one of the ones that really nails it. Now, AAU Black Site is... We're going to call this part of the Will Obsession. See, I enjoyed a cavalcade of games. I like beautiful games where we sit in a pastel field where nothing really happens and we have a beautiful time and everything is wonderful. But like, I also enjoy shooty gun bang, I was a fan of, Hong Kong blood opera stuff in my youth, loved The Matrix, was insufferable telling everybody where all the references in The Matrix came from. But I think there's this thing that happens with anybody who's into shooters, reaches a point where they're like, oh, well, this is exactly like everything else that I've done. The last time I think a mainstream shooter really made me feel like intrigued was Battlefield 1. Because like, old-timey guns, let's go. Ultimately, that didn't last very long. But we are now in we're now in the age of UE5. Making a shooter is no longer a thing that is only attainable by, 1,000 people team, right? Like, Unreal Engine 5 gives you a good shooter out the box. But if you don't like that, there are good shooter tool sets for, Godot and all sorts. And so we're starting to see this creativity. And a lot of people are fucking around with basically like post-SCP style, monsters and horror combined with shooty gun bang. Now, I don't know if this game is going to be good. I requested a key from Keymailer for it. I'm going to give it a try before I, put it on the schedule. But, ever since Fear, I have been left with this feeling of, we can do so much more. Trepang 2 absolutely nailed it, but Trepang is more about the action part of Fear. Damn it, I cannot spell today. Tre? Yeah, Trepang 2. Ironically, Trepang 1 was the name of the lead creator's pet. If you haven't seen this one, don't worry. This has not been talked about, and Team 17 could have done a way better job in promoting it. This is one of those ones that if you know, you know. It's sold incredibly well, and yet is on so few people's radar. It's wild. It is the gun action parts from Fear. You are a quote-unquote SCP agent running around blasting people with guns akimbo. It's also, if you've heard the audio clip of "Who's my favorite little psychopath?" You are. Comes from this. You have bullet time, you have blasty gun action, but it also has, more modern SCP type monster designs and things like that. It's really good. See Mega Boss, and that's the thing. Every run of this game is a speed run. It's really good. Alright? And I don't know if this game, AAU Black Site, is going to be to that caliber. But, let's fucking go. I like realistic shooty gun bang in video games. I'm just bored with the kind of games that have the shooty gun bang in it. Which is why, unfortunately, you'll have to hear about Project Silverfish all the time. Because it is every part of, gaming aspect that I fucking love. The puzzles, the shooting, the originality, the fresh art style, everything. And it's all in one game. Now, ultimately with AAU, as you can see, you're still just kind of shooting dudes. Still shooting dudes. So, what that ends up being, I don't know. I can talk about Phantom Pain. Lunar Abyss was a weird one. It's a first-person bullet hell. And again, you just have to look at the art style to understand why I've been paying attention to it. I don't know if it's going to be good, but what the fuck is this kind of City of Lost Children in red. This kind of gothic Mechanicus thing? Like, whatever this ends up being, I don't know if this is entirely a game that I will want to, you know, spend large amounts of time with personally, but look at how wildly creative this style is. I don't know what's the deal with that tram, but I want to make best friends with them. You know, again, I don't think this is a game that I will stream, but I just want to put it on your radar, if only to show you like the wild, unbridled creativity. I don't know, we've spent so much time today talking about the attention economy and stuff like that. I just want to show you games are good and fresh and interesting. You know, hell, what's so fascinating about it is if we go back to the whole like multiple game industries theory, you know, Blizzard, Ubisoft, Microsoft, they belong to a completely different industry than the one where we spend the most of our time playing games. So I wouldn't say that we're tourists in that regard, but you know, I think it's really cool to be able to look at games like this. And this, Burden Street Station. It's not, to my knowledge, an Enya Dream Barbecue sequel. But boy howdy if they haven't taken that, like, FMV Internet Core... CD-ROM FMV Internet Core. Now, am I partially obsessed with this because it's given me big, amazing digital circus day out in the city vibes? Possibly. But yeah. A surreal narrative adventure game where you shapeshift during conversations to uncover how God went missing. So you can kick his ass and bring him back. No, that's that's the plot to Preacher. And yeah, Thick of Thieves is doing okay. Zero Parades is doing very good in terms of sales. I mean, Phonopolis is doing fine. You know, the titles we were all talking about yesterday are doing good. You know, Rune Dice and Dwarf Eats Mountain. You know, personally, I think once a title starts breaking about like 200 reviews, you can kind of say, all right, this is doing all right. This has hit its core. Anyway, just I hope you look at just the sheer variety of wild creativity that is just available right now, as of today. And I hope you take that as a salve for our previous conversation, you know. We are not being choked out and murdered by mobages. We are not having our creativity stolen from us. It's just, I don't know. This isn't the stuff that gets headlines. You know, gaming as a sphere has never been larger, but that also means that it's never been at a point where fewer people care about the small stuff. Because no one's gonna click an article about any of those incredible games. They're gonna click the article, you know, about the Matthew Ballbag saying that video games need to compete with porn. Does that affect us? Not really. Hope to fuck. No one in our end of the ocean decides that they want to start thinking about the attention economy as their main focus point. Hey, Uberdan, don't worry about it. Look, if you're lurking, and if you've got me on in the second screen and you're having a good time, that's all that matters, alright? The Twitch anti-botting methods have fucking killed the long ship numbers, which made me freak out. I think it still made me freak out a little bit. But hey, I'm still here because you lot keep me here. As long as you lot keep throwing bits and donations in my stupid face, I'll keep talking your ear off. So, you know, we've been here 8 years. Twitch hasn't even ordained to give us a purple tick, and yet we persist. I don't think there's anything else that we missed, like Bantermancy wise. Yeah, we talked about Wizards of the Coast begging their staff not to unionize, which I think is very funny. Yeah, that's really about it. You know, it is nice to be in an industry that gives me so much to talk about. Yeah, I guess last but by no means least, like, what are you all playing at the moment? You know what I'm up to. It's Barony. That game has killed me in more insulting ways than any game. Like, Spelunky has probably killed me more than any other game, but Barony has killed me spitefully. I think I told you all yesterday that I was having a good little run of it. I was doing well. I was feeling proud. I come to a door. I hear a rumbling and I step out the way as a boulder crashes through the door and crashes past me, and I'm like, haha! So I step back to the doorway. Second boulder squishes me, and I'm like, ah, you bastard. Just kidding. I can bring myself back from the dead. One time. A third boulder squishes me dead, ending my run. Mega Boss is on Eidolon. Get stuck into Xenoblade Chronicles. Ah, yes. Bless those transforming robots of coolness. I did try to jump back into Eldritch, which is a really cool game from years back that I never actually finished. I think me and Christian even did some YouTube videos about it back in like 2013. One of those unfortunate games that I can't just seem to return to because of the sheer amount of stuff in it. Cigarette, Watto, and welcome. But yeah, I haven't had a chance to go back to Tides of Tomorrow. Oh, and I guess for those of you who just got on in, so last night after stream, we did Shrimp Game, which was great, and then we jumped into Phasmophobia. Had to do battle with technical problems, but they're doing a Phasmophobia Alan Wake crossover, so I wanted to dive into it and see if there was anything that we needed to know from the Remedyverse. All I can report is that nothing that we found is desperately important, and it's one of those things that, like, Jess was saying, like, you know, why did they do this crossover? I was thinking about it and I was like, I guess because it was low impact, low stress, and it was the kind of thing that, like, the new Remedy CEO could turn to money people and go, hey, look at this crossover we did, without devaluing Alan Wake too hard. You know, Alan being in Fortnite would be a huge thing. It was Alan Wake in Fortnite? Did I imagine that? Yeah, he was in Fortnite. I didn't make that up. God fucking damn it, Alan. Why did he write himself into a Fortnite? Oh, because of his own pasty pale ego. I'm Alan Wake, the world's most cool and importantest writer. I'm going to write myself into Fortnite. Avenger, I think I might need that on a t-shirt. But what if we added a poison swamp? Man, Miyazaki, you've created a beautiful game that challenges players but will ultimately make them fall in love with this dark gothic situation. What should we add to it? Poison swamp. They can't know that I love them. They must die. They must die it, and they must die suffering. Sorry, if you didn't see it yesterday, so shrimp game Krill confirmed. It's kind of like Armored Core Light, but you play as a shrimp. The best little feature about this one is that every time you clear a level, your shrimp is immortalized, and it's like a little a statue of it. And also, fuck that fucking eel. I was an asshole. It's a prologue currently up on Steam, and you can play it for no money. It has multiplayer, both co-op and PvP. Sorry, so yeah, if you didn't see yesterday's stream, that was the long and short of it. Okay, so, friends, miscreants, legends, as I think we have bantered our Mancy, almost 2 hours, we have bantered our Mancy to peak. Of games we have discussed and of events we have deconstructed. I think it's time to cosplay as a Nepo baby with free time. That's right. It's time to play Blueprints. I'm going to nips the loo, and no, I don't know if this is a 3 coffee day. It might be. But yeah, for those of you who are sticking around, charge your cups, refresh and reload your snacks as required. Let me plug in my controller. Nepo baby cosplay for Ned Slugfest. I couldn't possibly comment. What? But yeah, for those of you who are tapping out to avoid spoilers and the ilk, have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you for the banter and the conversation. I hope you're all doing splendid. If any of you would like a cup of tea or a coffee, tough, make your own. I'm not making you shit. Alright, well, Megaboss, have a lovely rest of your day. And for the rest of you, yeah, I'll be back with you all in just a second. Kapow. Okay, hello, hello. Friends, miscreants, blueprints enthusiasts. Hello, hello. Just trying to help Little Fire pick a game for... Oh, god damn it, when did that happen? As soon as I sat down, Bronx is like, squat for me. Hours. Wait till now. But yeah. Trying to help Little Fire pick a game, and I was like, you could just start a new Factorio run. That's a healthy thing to do. Super healthy. Just start a new Factorio map. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But yeah, this is it, friends. This is the day. Mr. the Twitch is going to roll through here and just pour a crap load of money on us, and then I will be able to pick up so many things, and it will be a fuck you, Moose. God damn it. Oh, Will, why does it take you so long to start games? It's because you're talking all the time. No, it's 'cause you bastards keep making me get up. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, sorry. And 5. Okay. Alright. If you throw any more in, you can wait until we're in game. Moose, what are you playing at the moment, homie? I will say, Scotty, I've seen some folks that do streams from a pedal bike. BDG tried to do the what was it, the bike to Mordor as a challenge. I'm like, that's actually kind of cool. Let's review what puzzles we have, what we're working on, and then we can decide like outdoor stuff in the ilk. Okay. What are we gonna do when we're done with this? Guess Ratline. Okay. Blueprints. A book. Alright, so to review. This is our shopping list of clues and threads. We did... Absolutely Chaunerous. Absolutely. Okay. So, we have not gotten the red crown to the throne room. We have not solved the puzzle. God damn it, Coffee, do your job. We have not solved the castle puzzle in the underground, where it's castle written and then there's the words next to it. We have one more sanctum key to get. We are still trying to remove all of the boxes from the tunnel. Now, we were thinking about trying to put the treasure trove outside, but we've not taken that. What is the puzzle room in room 8, rank 8? That trophy we got. However, of the clues to the sanctum keys, the last one we have is just last 8. Which I thought we'd done because we have the trophy 8. But apparently not. Because we need one more sanctum key. Now, did we get the archive key from under the grill to work? I think we did. Because that was the... Yeah, no, we got all three... We got all 3 keys from the aquarium. That was the birth certificate proving that Simon's mum is of royal birth. Okay. So, I guess we're clearing out the tunnel and working on that castle word puzzle. Like, so far, I don't know if we've made any headway on that one, but we had a number 109. And we had 2 instances of 6, like CIX and SIX. So I think there's a phoneticism. Can I check the room directory? Absolutely. It's time to play some Crazy Taxi. All right, what do you need to see, DJ Coil? Just all of them? First category. All right, rooms 1 through 12. Oh, yes. So, DJ Coil, do you want to know how to grab that? Just so we're all up to speed. So you solve the gallery puzzle. The gallery puzzle gives you the roommate key. The gallery will then always have the roommate key available. Then you have to get, the 8th room on the 8th row will unlock the room 8. And then you're into a challenge. Now, when we were looking at all the keys, all the Sanctum key puzzles, one of them said room, like the 8th room, which I thought meant room 8. It's not. So I don't know if we have a thread to pull on. No, so Akari, remember oh yes, from the monk shrine, the scepter, the crown, and the stone. The Sanctum key is behind the last door of 8. Okay. So the last door of 8 is likely to be the Mechanicum, because of all the multi-doored rooms, only one of them has only one of them has 8 doors. So that's what it means by the last room of 8. So we need a way to get. We need a way to get 8 cog. So Deadly's the Stone is a direct quote from the Curse of Blackridge. Yes, but from the history lesson, we saw the king ascending the throne with the red crown, the scepter, and the stone. We've not encountered the scepter, and maybe the scepter is not anything. But I don't know. Yeah, just going through it. Yeah, there are no other rooms that have multiple doors like the Mechanicarium does. Because again, in the hallways, the Great Hall has 7 locked doors. And we've been through the Great Hall so many times. You know, the bedrooms don't pertain to that. Okay, don't be that kid in class. The Great Hall technically has 8 doors, but it is listed as 7 locked doors, as opposed to the Mechanicarium, which I will continue to repeat. I will continue to pronounce wrong for the rest of the day. Has 1 door for each room in your house, and can reveal up to 8 different doors. No, Corey, you're fine. You're fine. So what? Now the castle puzzle, I think we'll have a scratch at that when we get to the end of this particular run. But birds. I'm not sure as to what we've been scratching at. Sorry. I do apologise, friends. Just for a brief moment there, my brain just went somewhere completely else. So we have the castle puzzle. We have the tunnel. Shit, I can't remember if we have an offering or a blessing right now. You know what? It can't hurt to do shrine. Biakuaz. Yeah, no, we don't have a blessing right now. It fucking weird me. Oh, sorry, for those of you who might be confused, so the poem talking about the scepter, the crown, and the ilk came from the hidden temple, which is behind this one. And whether or not that's where we need to bring it all is another interesting question. But that would be very difficult, because what we'd need to do is take this. So we need to make an offering of this, grab the stone, then end the day on something like the garage, and go from there? Anyway, does any of you remember what the, like, do we want to try the outside door? Sorry, do we want to have the outside room? Because we had a couple of things to test, and one of them was just, can we get the treasure trove outside? Or can we get the tunnel outside? 29 for the blessing of the monk. Thank you. I mean, oh no, I don't know if we'll be able to afford it. Okay, so we got 4 days. So, tunnel and blink blink. Treasure trove. Sorry, friends, I don't mean to have such a drifty brain today. Usually once we get into, like, stream and blueprints and stuff, my noggin stops careening around the galaxy, but apparently this is one of those days. Unrelated to anything, my slow-cooked pineapple pork taco meat is fucking gorgeous, and fresh pineapple was officially a boss-ass move, as the kids would say. Poppy. 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 will say, friends, I do hope, you know, with streams and YouTubery and stuff like that, I do hope that I never get patronizing. I don't handle patronizing at the best of times, but you know, we are a put stuff to go to sleep kind of household, right? And we rotate we rotate between a few things, you know. Our go-to shows being, you know, Adventure Time, Bob's Burgers, etc. I can sleep to a lot of things. You know, mine used to be, you know, like Pat Label 2 and shit like that. Oh, Den, love to see it. But there are two individuals that are on Jess's playlist of YouTubian creators, and they're not bad by any means. This is not a diss. They predominantly dive into just terrible games, usually movie tie-ins. Like, I got to see the fucking Bear Grylls game. Alright, we're going to do Classroom. See if I can re-roll and get the bloody... Oh, actually, I'm going to leave the apple in case we get... Pass. Will not lose stuff when moving between hallways. Breakfast nook, dining room. Those are all good. I was gonna... No, you know what? We get a redraw. Okay, you know what? Drawing room, even better. I'm trying to get the bloody... Blink, blink. The coat check. So we don't have to worry about keys. We don't have to worry about diamonds. But yeah, one of the things that they were doing is they were reviewing the last of the Alien vs Predator games, the one that Sega published. Ah, there we go. Kind of wish it wasn't blocking there, but I'll take it. And one of the things that started to drive me up the wall was that neither of them had played the previous Alien vs Predator games and didn't know anything about it. And there was a lot of comments that were ill-informed, which is fine. No one has to be like the fountain of everything. But it was at the end of the video when they said, oh, you know, if you're really into Alien versus Predator or the ilk, you'd really like this. And I'd be like, if I'm into Alien versus Predator, I already know more than you do. Do you think I, as an Alien versus Predator fan, I was waiting until this, the year of Shadow the Hedgehog 2026? It made me want to stream the original AVP for you all, but oh, I'm not gonna risk it for a biscuit. We're just gonna log... Wait. Excuse you? Thank you. We're gonna log into the lab just in case we don't get it. Yeah, the OG's campaign was so good, and a bunch of people at Rebellion playing the characters that played on the screens, which was revolutionary shit at the time. And, you know, AVP2, sadly dead due to licensing fuckery, but it was really good. Power armor with guns on? How is that not standard? Now, the one that Sega produced is fine, right? It's fine. It's unoffensive. Like, it doesn't do anything fresh or weird or cool. Oh, okay, so whenever you spend 2 or more gems drafting for each room of the fireplace. Alright, we're going to do fireplace into crates. Because we need to remove about, like, 6, so the more we can do, the better. So yeah, let's bring it back to the entrance hall and get some more fireplaces. But yeah, it's one of those ones that it's fine. It's not going to offend you. It's not going to do anything wild. You know, the original AVP, if you got jumped by a facehugger, as a human, you're dead. Which, that kind of like dedication to the lore, it really helped the game have that spice. Alright, exit through the gift shop. What we really want, friends, is the Hall of Mirrors to combine then with the Mechanicarium so we can get the full 8. If that's what we're going for. Oh, we're going to do West Wing Hall, not dining room, because it won't have the fireplace. Yeah. Oh, so Chornos is saying there are you are 2 achievements away from Blue Tent. I'm going to say that the Blue Tent is important meta purchase. Okay. Oh, DJ Coil, look again at the number of international reviews. Like, the fact that the motherfuckers from Craft On were really out there trying to give people business advice. Yeah. It's still fucking wild to me. Alright, that'll do. It's just, I mean, you don't need me to tell you this, friends, but just the idea of, like, buying the studio, making one of the most successful PC games of the year, and then being like... Oh. Okay, there we go. Chonra says, one of today's possible goals should be to get the showroom and then break open the chapel piggy bank. Okay. Oh, and there's the treasure trove. Which wouldn't be good except for... excuse me. Which wouldn't be good except for this is what we want to try and sneak to the outside. So we've got to make sure we have enough food to put the emerald necklace back. But... we'll get the treasure trove into the outside. Piss. Alright, carriage, I'll take you as well. No, Akari, remember, we've not broken open the pig yet. Think of every coin that little oinker has taken from me. It's sitting there all in one place. Admiral Hamshanks and his retirement. Might as well. Okay. So gotten a bit higgledy-piggledy here. Oh shit, yeah, so we need to go back to security. Ooh. Not liking that we are down to 30 steps. I'm not happy that Simon took today to go for a little kind of, snack break. But hey, even if this run goes sideways, we've at least removed We've removed one box from the hallway, so... God. You're aware of the phenomenon that, like, you know, HR doesn't exist to help people. HR exists to protect the company. And anytime you do one of those, like, workplace training things, it's because they want to be able to say, in a legal sense, like, oh, well, you hurt yourself doing this. We told you not to, so you can't sue us. I was just thinking about, like, what crank safety would be like. At, like, you know, the Resident Evil facilities. Here's how to correctly crank your way through the office. Here's how to use the blue key without losing your hand. Ah, kitchen. Would that be cranking it on stream? It's the Resident Evil way. Okay. Right. And Simple Chaos, what and welcome. How you holding up? Can I offer you a sledgehammer in these trying times? I'm going to re-roll just in case we can hopefully get something good. Yes! Passageway is exactly what we needed. Chapel. One day, little piggy. One day. Eastwing Hall's not a bad shout. Let's go for that. Simple Chaos says, I was on fire today. By which I mean simulated fire, as part of work training. I always imagine that must be loads of fun if you get to do those gigs where you do like corporate training. Take the Corryard. I mean, the Corryard is good. More goodies, more resources, no locked doors. Just always worrying because we have 3 keys and we're getting towards the foundation. But we've got some unsalted turnips. Which, I wonder if unsalted turnip would make for a good alternative title. Oh, Akari, that should be like the, you know, the welcome to Twitch training. Today we're going to teach you how to be a streamer. This is Bob. Bob cranked it on stream. Bob's now banned. Don't do that. Kick's like, no, 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 no. Kick.com. I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at cranking it. Well, no, so Akari, I know what you mean with the mirrors, because of our goal to get the Mechanicarium, but we need more stars to be able to then roll on it, and I think this is a good little warm-up run. Plus, we have the treasure trove, which we can sneak outside. And also possibly the throne room. Maybe one day. Kick. We have rules. Not a lot of them, and we don't enforce them, but technically they're there. That's the Kick.com promise. Sorry, if you're wondering what we're snarking about, Kick's another streaming service. And it is most notably where people too toxic for Twitch go when they get banned. Yeah, actually, Akari, a conservatory would be a good pull on this run. But, you know, worst case, this is just a good warm-up. I want to check the Cloister of Rihanna because we haven't had that one yet. It's a bit of a waste, though. But it does raise our luck. And luck is good. Kick, the alternative to Twitch, with blackjack. And I'm not joking. Yeah, they are A-okay with gambling over there. What a strange time we live in. Man. I still can't believe this doesn't take place in England, just because of, like, Mrs. Babbage delivers a level of savage brutality that, frankly, very impressed with. All these pulls are bad. And they do not... Yes! More likely to draw unusual and rare. Yeah, Annie Savage Babbage. You feel a little luckier. Oh. Immediately pulls a winning lotto ticket. Office, I guess. We don't need gems, and the parlor's getting confusing. Anyway, I don't want to keep the Kick jokes going too hard, because, you know, I live in constant fear that one day Jazzy Jeffy B will just kill Twitch, and then I'll be fucked. I don't want to stream on YouTube. That sounds miserable. That's probably where we'd end up, though. It wouldn't last very long. It's, what was it someone said? YouTube is kind of a force multiplier now when it comes to YouTube streaming. You have to already be very successful. Spellbandman streaming on Facebook. Alright, we are going too far into the dark. Streaming on Facebook, that's too much. Anyway, I just need one of y'all to release an incredibly successful game and or win copious amounts of money. I need to open this pit up. Oh, don't do me like this. Fine, throne room. Oh, and Wolfos, Watan, welcome. Yep. Business fish, business fish. Our goal is still to try and get at least the red crown here. But I do wonder if the hints from the hidden chapel are to bring those objects all here, like as we are shown in one of the kids' documents. We're down to 1 key as well, so crack these open and hope. Okay, so Akari's working on some ugly shopping district stuff. So you need a pun for a bodega or a corner shop, and a something money, like bank. Son of a bitch. Do you think a furnace counts as a fireplace? I've just been in 2 minds as to taking the furnace just so that we can at least get 1 more box, because we already have the laboratory features turned on. And if we get the Mechanicarium, we've only gotten 2. Yeah. It's not perfect, but, you know, at very least it gets us another box removed from the hallway. Oh, the aquarium is good because it is of every colour, which means our luck will now increase. Oh, no. Okay. Our luck only increases when attached to other stuff. Good to see you back, business fish buddy. It's been too long. Look at his little face. It's that fucking meme of, I couldn't have gotten here without you. And this guy's like, I'm literally just a fish in a tank. I have no thoughts. Business fish. Eat him up, beat him up. It's the true hero. He is living his best life. He had to go on vacation while we drained the tanks for cleaning. Because those... Yeah, and you cannot see it until the tank is drained. Alright, breakfast nook. But yeah, no. Business fish, living his best life. See, I would agree with you, Shackle, but I'm very much a, like, breakfast for dinner kind of guy. You know? One of my yearly traditions is getting steak and eggs at Mel's Diner. Okay, so we need to go... God, this layout's a mess. Library, down, and then back up. Alright. Oh, no, okay. Passageway and chapel are our 2 spots. So we'll do chapel first. Ooh. Oh, no, again, it's for drawing it there, so we want the boiler room. Yeah. The Doug store. The Doug store's next to the rug store. Unrelated to the pug store. Piss. I don't want to start using our stars for like unfortunate rerolls. I was looking at one of the styles of proto pizza that came from Italy. That is more of like a focaccia, like puffy flatbread. And I've been kind of, I wouldn't say dreaming about it all day. I just, I'm one of those folks that I could definitely be just a pizza fiend from a personal and emotional standpoint, but from a logistical and resource standpoint, not a hope in hell. Absolutely. I know what that room is. We don't even need them all. Okay, so on the trophies list, we've got the Trophy of Sigils and the Trophy of Wealth. Now, the drafting strategy sweepstakes, if I remember rightly, that one is wild, but we can possibly do it by going hard on shit. The closed exhibit does have more doors. The problem is I can't rotate it, which is what I need. So, like, the closed exhibit is the correct pull. But right now... Oh, no lockpick kit. We have the throne room, so we can bust out the. Thank you. We can bust out the red crown and see if that does anything. Gymnasium's already turned off, so we don't got to worry. None of those have fireplaces, so we'll go conservatory. Hopefully we can tweak something awesome. It's so pretty as well. But yeah, you know, Shackle, I hope you're doing good. There we go. Okay. So let's bring the showroom down to unusual. Hell, do you want to bring the showroom down to just standard? Yeah, you know what? I think so. Because we can work on that one. The Rotundra will bring to unusual, because it is a 4-room. Oh, Shackle, our allowance is like 70 plus at the beginning of every day. Easier access to OP gear? Oh, twist my arm, why don't you? Yeah, you're right. And we've got this one as common, which is good. Fuck it, then let's have a common showroom. Common showroom is obviously my stage name. Watch it pop up right here. Yes. I mean, none of this matters. We've been keeping the emerald bracelet, so I only have to worry about keys as like a resource. But we didn't get any of the gardens or otherwise, so we can't actually get into the antechamber on this run, which we don't need to. What we need to do now is go put the hat back in coat check, which is pretty much a straight shot down, and then we're going to call it a day inside the treasure trove and see if that does anything to have the treasure trove outside. Either way, the treasure trove will give us a fuck ton of money tomorrow. I think we got everything from the locker room that we could. And none of these have... Oh! Does the bedroom have a fireplace in it? No, it's too small. Okay, we've got 50 stars, so I can do one redraw. No fireplace in the maid's chamber or the laboratory. Is there a fireplace in the nursery? There shouldn't be a fireplace in the fucking nursery. Oh, you know, and this, the ambient music of this, I think, is really powerful. I was pondering it of, like, why don't they have more, you know, more theme songs, more tunes, and what have you. It's just the amount of time you spend, like, solving puzzles and just being here. But this is going to set us up for success for tomorrow, so, yeah. We'll go dunk the bracelet, and we'll, pop on up in the treasure trove. Hell, we can cram a few more coins into the... I shouldn't want to risk too many. So, Shackle, I think our star count got up to about, like, 60, but then we were spending them for some very specific setups, which was really helpful. Okay, so from Chapel... Oh shit, so we have to go right down to... God, okay, so from Chapel we have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we need at least 13. So we'll say when we get to about 20 steps. Bronx says they dislike how often there isn't music. Okay, now Bronx, that is a good point, but unfortunately that is the creator's curse. If one is to dance in the YouTubian... Spend a couple of quid via Sani, just in case. You just get used to it. I hated editing my own voice back in the day, because when we were doing Rally Point, it's the first time I'd really been editing myself consistently, like daily, or well, every other couple weeks. And there are so many vocal tics. Bobby. There are so many vocal tics that you have, that every person has, that you don't realize you're doing them. The and ah show. You know, asking yourself the question of, is it better to pad for time by going, or is it better to pad for time by going, fucking, right? Ooh, properly wood-fired pizza. There's so many vocals. Bobby! Okay, treasure trove. Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just rich. Okay. So we're going to call it a day here, and then we can see what else we've had an effect on. Should have Akari. Business Fish is a top tier vocal tick. But eventually you just get over it. You know, it's like stage fright, like, you know, it's just one of those things you gotta get past. And honestly, at least back in the day, I always preferred it when there was less background audio, because it meant the chances of something going wrong significantly lower. Alright. So yeah, our allowance is currently 78. And let's see how much we've got in the treasure trove. Oh shit. Shackle said they once had bedroom right into a chapel on a run. Piggy ate well that run. Yeah. Treasure trove, let's go! I have to remember that we still need the... We still have the gem requirements. Nah. Oh! Oh, excuse me? Hang on, let me just collect my fortune. Okay. That is an extremely fancy box, and that needs an extremely fancy key. Oh yeah, so DJ Coil, we're looking at a extremely ornate box inside the treasure trove as it's outside. It has the Ordinian symbol on it. Sorry, yeah, it has 3 Ordinia symbols on and 1 key lock. Now, if this was any other game, I would say that we need to like find 3 buttons because they look like they're unlit. But then I have to remember that Ordinia's color is black. So, damn it. The treasure of the trove, if you will. The only thing is that, yeah, the lock also seems to be of Ordinian style. And the only other time we've seen that in contraptions has been on the elevator that takes us down to the castle puzzle. So, yeah. Okay, let's make a note of that. Because for those of you who haven't been watching a lot, usually the treasure trove has increasingly large amounts of money, and there is a box in here. That box is pertaining to the lock boxes in the underground. And Akari, I don't think this is a super hammer one. But basement key is possible. Treasure trove outside equals special chest. Okay. Alright, now is there anything else we can glean from this? Just that the little dots along the bottom are, I think that's what indicates the jet black. The pillar cracks appear to just be superficial. Okay. So that begs the question of how many of these do we need to try getting outside? Is it most of the black rooms? Like, where is that box pulling from? And what do we need to open it? Now we've got, well, I guess the armory is black and gold. Sorry, I always forget where to get that. Here we go. So, found floor plans. We have the treasure trove and the throne room. Now, both of those... the throne room didn't do anything new. Studio editions, none of those. Yeah, so the armory is both a shop and a black print. Oh, Layoshi, I actually didn't know that, so thank you for saying. Layoshi was saying that the Trove boxes aren't exclusive to the reservoir, they just use the same style. The contents are different. Okay. Okay, the planetarium is a dead end. Oh, the tomb. The tomb is a black print. So the throne room, the treasure trove, the tomb, and the armory. Seeing if there's anything else that crosses over. I mean, the aquarium. The aquarium. Getting a tomb to spawn outside. Oof, that's going to be a rough one. Okay. All right. Let us continue. We are sickeningly wealthy. And we open with a conference room. No, also Grandma's diary key had the Adrean. I know it's not Adrean, but I keep calling it that. So by this point, I'm too stuck in my ways to change. The Adrean key was what we found in Nana's space. Hmm. Hawks, we get 78 gold coins every day just for waking up. We have the infinite money exploit. I ain't selling this place for love nor money. Code check. Code check. Wish I got paid for waking up. That'll be the dream. I mean, I can't whinge. I do this. This is fucking amazing. So, okay. All right, kitchen. You're up. We don't need to buy any food just yet. Government benefits. That is the most ye olde British thing I've heard all time. Government benefits. What a crazy idea. I mean, shit, the last time I was in the UK and I was on job seekers was before everything was even worse. And the amount of life I had to put into that did not result, we'll go boudoir, in the amount that one got. But that is a story for another time. There's no such thing as a free lunch. I don't like this lot. Okay, go for that. I was about to say, I should get the commissary. The commissary will result in us having no money. Sorry, no exits. Maybe just one. Let's go. Gift shop, then hall. Alright, dining room to open this pit up. I mean, this run isn't going bad, but we're not getting any of the things that we need. Fuck, the best we can hope. Damn. Shit, didn't actually mean to do that. Alright, we got some keys there, but sorry, I was kind of a little autopilot there because we've had the commissary so early on, plus sledgehammers and stuff, that up until this point I haven't really had to worry about lockboxes. So I didn't mean to biff one of our only 2 keys. There we go, passageway, that opens that pit up. Right. I do appreciate in this how unlocking, connecting 2 rooms together from a distance. Oh, okay. In the event that we don't manage to get what we need for this run, I'm going to get the tunnel, right? Because that is one of the other things that I wanted to see if that affects the outside area. Now, I think from a practical standpoint, the tunnel is supposed to allow you to, like, beeline it straight to the antechamber. Like, in my little heart of hearts, it feels like it's supposed to be a speedrunner's tool. Car keys. Can't bloody drive anywhere. What am I supposed to do with this? Okay. Yay, security. Because we can turn it to offline mode, and then we can increase it, and then we can telnet into the blink blink laboratory. You're right. You know what, DJ Coil? We have found some useful things inside the car. I shouldn't shit on it. It's just, rather than getting keys that allow us to do a thing, they are, you know, keys, rewards potentially, but with extra steps, you know. I ain't touching shit in here. Business fish would have my hide. Oh, okay, that's cool. Locker. Keys throughout the house. Those have now all gone to the conference room. So we go back to get some food. Commissary, let's go. All right. I didn't telnet into the. Okay. In a sec, friends. I'm gonna heat up some food or something. My brain is working super slow today, and I'm hoping that some tasty lunch or something. Oh, you know what I might do for lunch? Slow cooked pork over tater tots. Okay. Okay, remote terminal access. Active terminals. Laboratory. Again, at this point, whatever we find is probably not going to end up doing a whole bunch, but just in case, you know. upgraded floor plan into lockpicking skills. It's not amazing, but, you know, it's better than a kick and downstairs mix-up. Okay. Yeah, it's part of a two-part interaction, which makes things more tricky. But salt shaker. Let's try and increase poor Simon's heart rate. Salt. Showroom, let's go. Okay. We have the chapel and we have the showroom. Master key, done. And then the moon pendant means we might get lucky. Whatever you gain steps from eating, gain twice that many steps, or rewind after drawing floor plans. More like draw tomorrow plans while drafting. I feel like the chronograph is the move. Hang the fuck on. Do you think the master key is going to work on that outside area? Alright, no. For this one, we want steps. We'll work on the tomorrow rooms and maybe do all of the showroom. But let's see what we can pull together first. Like the motherfucking gallery. Okay. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. Okay. That does mean we've kind of cut ourselves off a little bit up here, but it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're fine here. Oh, but we can head as a straight down shot. Of course, now I get the... Alright. I'm taking the garage, but because we have the keys, and because we also have them... Like, I wasn't going to take it because master key, but it's also gives us a quick little way out and all. Yeah, battery... we go. Secret garden. Secret garden means we get a crap load of food. So we're pretty much weapons free for movement. So we now know the people who are blackmailing were also the ones running the fucking stills. Man. Herbert needed to pick his staff way better than he did. Like, I'm not trying to be a judgy judgeson here, but... No. Wait, we don't have the sledgehammer yet. We have the master key. So... there we go. Master key only unlocks doors, right? And whether or not we'll be able to find the Ordinian key, that doesn't matter. Okay. But found a key, made it back. 20 steps and $2 if you enter the antechamber. Tomorrow start with extra. Let's go quest bedroom. I don't know if we'll actually walk into the antechamber today. You know, we're still trying to work out what this 8 of 8 is. Don't even need the security card. Sorry, just DJ Coyle saying every time this theme kicks in, it feels like the sun's getting real low. Alright. So just to review, because on this run I kind of need to be a little smart. It's actually not a bad idea if I hit the conference room and the kitchen now before we head straight up to the passageway, because we're kind of blocked on everything except the foundation, which isn't awful. We've got essentially, I forget who it was that described the open doors as lives. You know, Chonrus, that is a good point. I'd forgotten that plot point that, you know, the reason why they sought extra funding was because the guy who fucking cultivated the plant that grows gems was told no. Now, as we know, that was probably due to not draw attention from the crown, and maybe use that to, you know, safeguard and reinstate the royal family. But club sandwich, banana with the salted banana with a spoon is 4.8 for every nana. We love to see it. Yeah. One thing that makes me really smile, Shackle, I don't know if we'll see it whilst I'm doing this run through, but this may very well reach a point where we get to have Doja blocks in game, and I think that's very cool. And I'm very curious to see what a video game in this universe looks like, because the puzzle boxes are kind of the cultural and political toy of choice. And a lot of the things that we keep finding seem to be very, you know, I don't know, Golden Age, black and white, cut out the back of a magazine vibes. Like, let me put it to you like this, you know, the game Columns was obviously created to be a Tetris competitor by Sega, but borrows heavily from, you know, stereotypical Roman iconography. But like, what does the columns of this world look like? Yeah, well, so Shackle, I do agree that obviously, for whatever reason, they didn't announce the flowers that grow gems. They did not tell the gardener, and that hurt him. And so he then, whether he worked with others or just pretended to be working with others for the blackmail. But the blackmail happened after Simon's mum went AWOL. Take the classroom just in case. That would be fucking funny, Bronx, if the game in it is like hyper realistic gun shooter. I guess with Throne ruining it back up. Actually, before we go any further up the map, we should probably work on the other side. Maybe see if we can get... actually, no, we can get the... If we turn inwards, we can get the secret... Yeah, so pop the Corrie Yard here, which does kind of split the map into left and right, but means we can possibly get the... Ooh, free sledgehammer. We can possibly get the secret garden up and running sooner rather than later. Damn. A salted turnip with a silver spoon. That's like the Will alternate history, where I was actually a trust fund baby. Ah, piss. Ooh, now should we... Oh, no, we can't afford the armory. It's library time. Appel. We still never found out what the book was that Simon's man was reading. Imagine if it's like the fucking new Clue, like original edition. I did record all of the library checkouts though, so fuck. Oh, the secret garden can't be on a turn. Bastard. You know, I know Akari was saying we should save up for... We should save the piggy bank for the... Blink, blink. We should save the piggy bank for the tent. However, if we spread cash across the estate now, that should give us enough to buy the last object, and then use the piggy bank to buy the trophy, which would put us one step closer. Salty Turnip was my Warcraft character. That's pretty good. Mine was called Etheria, from the What If Sonic Adventure was an edgy JRPG game, The Sword of Etheria, because every other cool name that I thought of was taken. And it was before my Viking Blonde days. In fact, the person I drank with, who we came up with Viking Blonde, I would meet through that squad of friends. So yeah. So yeah, Shackle, we figured out the 8 key, but it's the last key to get us into the little underground areas that we're a little stuck on. In theory, we think it's got something to do with the Mechanicarium, which I know I pronounced differently all day, and I'm going to keep doing that. But in theory, it's going to be based on that and trying to open all 8 doors within it. Because yeah, we solved the 8. We have the trophy for it. Oh, okay. So for this one, we want to get green rooms coming off of it. Oh, jumping back. One thing that I did find really interesting was how, like, when we read the blackmailer's notes, that idea of coming across so confident and organized, and then finding out that, nah, it was just the gardener, and he was hella sad. Poor guy. Okay, well, all of these suck. Green room, but I'll take the workshop. I don't think there's anything we need from the workshop right now, but You know? This is one of those runs where we have more steps than we'll ever use and all the resources that we might need. There we go. So next time we head down to the conference room, we'll have shitloads more money and food. Gardening's a sad, lonely life. No. I think being an underpaid, underappreciated gardener in this, when you're looking at people who have so much, but I don't know, idea of gardening daily just sounds lovely. Whilst I was staying with Ket and Ket's family, they all went off on holiday for a couple of weeks, and I was just left to look after the plants. You know, and you know what? It was wonderful. I don't know if the tomatoes appreciated my constant yammering, but I enjoyed it. And it does mean that I can say to you all empirically that you are better company than a growing patch of tomatoes. Take that compliment to the bank. Shackle, I guess that's the problem. It depends. I'm not at the point yet where I know what is and isn't mystery and what is and isn't Easter egg. We're also going to be bumping our allowance up to $80 a day. Alright, so we are here. Yeah, then, you know what, Shackle? Then go for it. Okay, now is there any specific rooms we're going for? Because we don't need to unlock stuff, as much as I love seeing the dogs. The Secret Passage just kind of sets us up for success, you know? We've got showroom. Huh, that's cool. So, if you get the secret garden before the garage on the west wing, you can then go to the back of it. That's cool. Might see if we can do that, like, in one of the runs, just to look. The thing is, like, I still feel like we should be able to go out to the little pagoda. The little, pagoda. Cool-looking temple-y thing. Alright, so from here... trying to think if there's anything up on this side we really want. But we'll leave that. And the legendary gazebo. That's it. One day. Okay, a little scary there, but I'm gonna risk it for a biscuit. Oh, so Bronx says that the day one speed trophies they managed to do using that trick. That's cool. Okay. So as we have the master key, we can literally... Oh. And this is where we're digging. We can roll for foyers. We can roll for foyers off of the secret passage, so we're not blocked and locked. Ooh. Yeah, $40 plus. Friends, I think we're going to see if we can get the trophy of gold today. God, so many steps. Alright. So we want the Halls of Mount Holly. Aquarium it is. Business fish never steered us wrong. Look at his little face. It's the fact that Simon has been in this place so long. Simon started to go a little peculiar and has started to be like, ah, it's the business fish. Business fish understands. Business fish sees all. Oh, what I want to start doing is stacking up these stars from the observatory so that we'll be able to hopefully re-roll for the Mechanicum and then roll for like multiple cogs and whatnot. Yeah, I'm going to go corridor. So we already opened this. And then we can see if the basement key will open that outdoor setup. I don't think the basement key is going to do it. The Ordinian crest is pretty pronounced. But, hey, at least we opened up the pit. Yeah, I mean, we got real lucky with the exam, because I was preparing for that one to be just like a burn of all of our stars, which is how we've managed to get back to having 50 of them pretty quick. Woohoo! Oh. Alright, I fucked that up. This is your fault. Business fish, I know you tried to warn me. Okay, so let's hit the showroom, spend some cash. Have I tried solving room 8 again? Do we need to? Because room 8 got us Okay, so let's take a moment. If you have played through this and you already know, obviously I prefer no hintage, but if you've already hinted to it, chronograph. Okay, and the trophy is 100. Trophy of wealth. There's no way for us to get additional wealth with the current layout that we have. Wait. We didn't have the casino and things like that. We could smash the... But the thing is like, I only get to play this once a week. So my time on this is, I wouldn't say limited, but what I don't want to do is spend the next couple of hours... Oh, Akari, no, you're right. We haven't hit office payroll yet. So from here, I need to go commissary. Yeah, all right. I know where we're headed. Thank you. So, like, if we do need to solve the puzzle 8 again, I'm not opposed to it. If solving the puzzle 8 again doesn't do anything other than give us like a little bit more allowance or otherwise, then... Because that son of a bitch puzzle, it was the... For those of you who didn't see it, so the Room 8 puzzle is a hyper-advanced version of the logic puzzle. but instead of it being boxed based, can I get there without going through the chapel? Yes, dining room. Ooh, another one of Business Fish's competitors. So the fish was 30, plus salt 31, plus spoon 62. Yeah, that's the out of business fish. Mmm. Many, 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 many pounds of salt. Okay. Oh. Alright, 78. 81. 84. Ah, piss. We made it to 90. We don't have any... There's no cell mechanics, except for in the laundry, which we didn't pull. Okay. Okay, so first things first. Emerald necklace back. Because we're probably going to be timing out on the tunnel to see if that's anything. Now we have the moon pendant, so the chances that we'll have something cool for the next run is quite high. Now I will say we do actually have all of the pieces to make the super hammer, so I'm not usually one for leaping around, but if you know of anything that, because I'm pretty sure we cracked everything that we knew about. You know, we did the weight room, we did the secret garden, we did the regular garden, we did the castle puzzle, which we still haven't cracked. Where are we on the tunnel? Excellent question, DJ Coyle. I will go check in just a second. Now we have the basement key and we have the Mount Holly master key. I don't think it's going to work on this, but yeah. It's worth a shot. And yeah, like, worst case, we just put all of this into the wee piggy bank. I mean, if it ends up that... see, breaking the piggy bank when we only need $10 feels ridiculous. And it's not like we can even, like, build it back up again. Wait, Bronx, where did you find the fucking... Alright, that's brilliant. Tunnel, 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 tunnel. This is the thumbnail right here. Bastards. Just one more box. We just need one more box. You know it's going to take this one out first, though, so we need 2 more boxes minimum. But yeah, sorry, jumping back. If doing the 8-room puzzle again has real value, I'll go do it. I'll bring you all with me. Do it as a squad. I mean, Minnesota, that would be my luck. Get this far and then have... to get this far and then have it so that we needed some super rare super item. We haven't even found the scepter, wherever that is. Oh, it's just more allowance. Okay, thank you. We can do it, but it's going to be a pain in the downstairs. All right, friends. I know how we can get more money. He says, wasting a coin. I can drain the fountain. Actually, we can't do that without serious faffermancy. No. Oh, no, actually, let's crack these open. Got fucking 10 keys and nowhere else to spend them. What's that? Exactly the cash we need in the first fucking locker? Don't mind if I do! Okay. Alright. Yeah, I forget, DJ, what level we need the reservoir at to take the boat to the train station. That's the only thing I would really fuck with the pump room for. It's 6 for the reservoir. Oh, excuse me. Because currently the reservoir's full. Because if you bring it down by 1, you can travel from one side to the other. God, I don't even need this stuff. I'm just hoarding. On tonight's episode of Hoarders, we meet Simon Richman. He's a rich man who's very rich. We're here to look at his rich house and how he spends his rich people money. Hi, yeah. My name's Simon. Possibly the crown prince of a country I made up. I just spent 100 gold coins on a trophy for myself, which says how wealthy I am. It's the I'm wealthy button. Cash! I don't know if Scotty's gone to bed yet, but this would be the point of a Loads of Money remix. Loads of money! The confetti is also coins. And thus the Guinness Book of Records was won. Right, so, friends, I'm just going to put some tater tots in the air fryer real quick. I'm just going to be bouncing back and forth while I make myself some tasty loaded tots. Oh, because I am ravenously hungry. Currently, our goals are for the outside room was to take the tunnel out there and see if it does anything. I don't think it will, but that's one I really want to check. We need an Ordinian-themed key to open the box outside. And to my knowledge, we have not come across that yet. We don't know what, if, or where the scepter is. My theory is the scepter is in that box. Because we've built everything that you can with the workroom. The only other thing I might do is just nip up to the workshop and combine all the tools to make the power hammer. Oh god. Oh, Scotty, thank you. Sorry you're lagging. Akari found a funny room to set outside. What did you find? I was so scared of doing the entrance hall of the Foundation in case we broke the fucking game. My fear is real. Right. Friends, just bear with me 2 secs. Alright? We'll be back in just a moment. Oh, sorry, that's why I was leaving this up. So, if there is anything that you feel we need to do, because we have... we have more steps, and... we have more steps than we've ever had. So if there's any way you want to check out, or puzzles you want to try and solve. You know, we've put the emerald necklace away. I mean, hopefully... okay, that's good to hear. Because I did hear, Shackle, that in early builds, getting the Foundation outside broke things. Okay, back in a sec. Okay. As I said, you're gonna leave it to... I'll leave it to BRB for people who are skipping forward in the VODs and whatnot. Tots are just in the air fryer. I've definitely hit that kind of like, I didn't realize how hungry I was, and it crept up on me, and now I'm like, how did I let myself get so ravenous and therefore stupid? So for the blue tent, that isn't do every achievement, that's just do enough achievements to have it be available, right? Because there's definitely a few on the achievement list that no, we can go check now. Just remember what it was, what else we were doing. Oh yes, I'm going to go combine things in the workshop, just so that when we call it a day, it increases the chances that we bring something useful with us. You know, less items, more wins, etc. Oh, and of course, yeah. 8 is half of 16. Always with the 8s. So we want shovel, battery pack, broken lever. Because it's the most amount of items to bring together to make one thing. Ooh. And, like, Chaunerus, that's understandable. Honestly, the reason I've been kind of, like, reevaluating a few of them is because I still want... We get the moon pendant is here. Wait, what the hell? Moon pendant and shovel? Oh, the UI is balked. So if we go shovel and metal detector, then we get the detector shovel. Okay, I don't think there's much else we can do. Because it was the coin purse and the... It was the coin purse and the rabbit's foot. That was the other one, yeah. No, sorry, I'm derailing my own train of thought, as I can smell the tots now. We'll sit in the garden while we have our lunch. Since good old Dan Olsen Dan got talking about Silk Song and doing these Silk Song, like, Steel Soul and Steel Soul speedrun stuff, and just sometimes, especially for those of us who've been playing a lot of games for a lot of time, the idea of certain challenges can be overwhelming. And it was nice to have Dan just be like, no, if you treat it like this, you can make it through the Steel Soul runs, and that's fine. I feel like doing something like the first day and, you know, 1 hour to get to room 46 either take a lot of RNG manipulation, or there are some strats that I'm just not aware of because I don't have that unlocked yet. You know, I'm feeling like this blue tent, if it is something that's meta progression, I'm like, what else could there be in terms of meta progression that could really tweak things? Yeah. I mean, what I really want to do is go back, and I know I've said this multiple times, I want to go back and redo Elden Ring a couple times because I've only got I've only got 3 achievements left, and that's get the one spell from the lass who is trapped in the basement, and do the 2 endings, the ending of Madness and then the ending of whatever the other one is. That's all I got left on Elden Ring. And with Silksong, while I am tempted to follow... Oh, hang on. I gotta shake my tots. Give me 2 secs. Sorry. While I'm tempted to follow Dan Olsen's example, like I'm not going to play Silksong without Yul. So, as we do have more content for Silksong coming, what I think I'll end up doing is once Silksong is kind of completed, like the content complete, then it will be a question of, well, what do I want to do with? Okay. But I will say this, friends, is like I am prepared to go to some pretty extreme lengths to see the whole of this puzzle sicko run through. It's the question is, when do we leave the puzzle part of it, and when are we just doing the deck building, like difficulty strategy part of it? That's the point where I'll probably drop off. I'm not saying I don't enjoy it. It's just like, you'll know me. I'm here for the puzzle sicko goodness of this. Hell, if I get time, I might go back and rewatch some of our like early streams of this when it was all just new and like, whoa. Leo, she says I'm lazy. Hopped out of bounds and walked to 46 to get the trophy. Bet. Aeon, no, we've solved the clock puzzle. That was last week's. The only puzzle that we have left for Sanctum keys is the last 8. Which I'm very sure has nothing to do with the 8th room, 8th door puzzle. Or 8th row, 8th room. Because we did that. I think it has to do with the Mechanicarium behind the last door of 8. Thank you, DJ Coyle. I think it has to do with the Mechanicarium, which can have up to 8 locked doors inside of it, which is going to require us to do Hall of Mirrors and then shitloads of stuff. So we essentially will be burning through all of our stars so that we can just keep rolling on what we need. Because we'd need 8 cog pulls and then the Mechanicarium, which is not easy. Indeed, Akari, it's like Limp Bizkit said, keep rolling. Sorry, I need to put the video up from last night when we did the Alan Wake stuff, and there is a moment, and it's, like midnight 30, 1 o'clock in the morning, and I make yet another joke. And Jess is exasperated, just stop making Limp Bizkit jokes. It was...
It was the same. If I hear one more fucking shrimp Limp Bizkit fucking pun, it was not going to be good.
Well, because we did Shrimp Game and then Shrimp Biscuit and all the shrimp jokes that then bled into the Limp Bizkit jokes. Like, friends, this isn't a persona that I put on for you all. This is me. The terrible jokes, the puns, the Sir Frederick Durstington references. I have dropped some terrible jokes at some terrible times. I don't know if I can talk about all of them, but just know. You know what, Wolfus, we could do a Limp Bizkit jokes tier list. More important question is which is worse, my Fred Durst impression or my Ringo Starr impression? That's the question that has scholars confused. Oh, shit. Sorry, I'm just checking on the tops. Back in a sec. Okay, hello. Oh, just gotta rearrange everything. And to make your jelly, but loaded tots with slow cooked pork. And sparkly water. I know, it's so fancy. Oh. Okay. So. I've been enjoying our little time in the garden. Now. We've combined our stuff. We've stashed the thing in the coat check. We bought everything. The only thing we're going to do is call it time in the tunnel rather than the hallway. And just because, like, I keep thinking of how would they have gotten Marigold out of this place? Like, underground railway. How else would anyone else have gotten out? Tunnels. Like, why are there tunnels? Construction was stopped underground ages back. But we have got enough steps to go check the entrance hall so we can see just how many Chivos we've done and how much we need to do. Oh, well, plus, I'm glad. I've always been a sucker for kind of sitting in digital environments and just enjoying the general atmosphere. I used to sit and just watch the beaches in Phantasy Star Online. Just used to sit there and just enjoy them. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Bullseye on the dartboard. Oops, sorry, excuse me. I'll move this over. Oh, the reason why we were counting 7 is because we're definitely going to do the Trophy of Sigils. That's what we're working on. Yeah, and Shackle, we haven't needed the dartboard because we haven't needed the key card in quite some time. And the Mount Holly directory means that there is still things yet to add. The Trophy of Trophies strikes me as something that a rich person would come up with. Ah, Derek, you appear to have the most trophies. You know what you need for that? An additional trophy. Oh, why, you're so right, Reginald. I need more trophies to prove my trophies. Sure, mate. This way we do still have the pig ready for us when it comes time to pay for the tent. We should do the classroom one at some point. Are you telling me that you you wish to return to academia? Alright. Now. Oof. The dare mode trophy indeed. Sturdy, I just got food! So mean. All right. Have your squats, sturdy Kiwi. One, two, three, four, and five. Okay, so without further ado, I'm bringing this day to a close. And we'll see if this ends up with something. And yeah, so Shackle, what tripped us up was in history, did we list what we know to be correct, or what the curriculum probably says is correct? And our Adrean fell apart, because I think DJ Coyle has been like our translation master and was AFK. Because I didn't know that the exam was coming. All I knew is we managed to make it to 8 classrooms, and then we didn't manage to draw the 9th. And I was very grumpy until we did. Baron, Watto and welcome. From a story of barons to a baron. How are you doing, mate? How's the new Baron von Sheepington party wagon? Oh, fizzy water. Ooh, lovely. You know, weirdly, the only thing that's made me sad for not having a vehicle is as we were kind of doing our duo TikTok scroll this morning, the abandoned office building, like the brutalist place that's now covered in flowers, popped up on the thread, and I was like, fuck, I'd love to check that out. So Dice, welcome back. I hope the nap was good. Simon is now so independently wealthy that he now has a trophy made of trophies to prove how affluent he is. Yeah, you know, there was a part of me, I knew this was what was going to happen, but I hoped. He knows what he did. Here we are once again. Like we never left. And yeah, Simple Chaos, you can see what I mean of like, considering the tunnel to be part of like some narrative fuckery. Okay. go, commissary. Ultimately, what we want, I guess, is the... Oh, we got to keep the power hammer and the salt, by the way. We want the Hall of Mirrors. And the possibility of... We want the House of Mirrors. We're aiming for the Mechanarium on this one. What I can tell you about our collection is that we have picked up everything from the study, and we have the throne room. The irony that we just casually have the power hammer now is not lost on me. One of the streams you missed, Shackle, was probably about 2 different sessions desperately trying to get all the pieces of the power hammer together. Okay. Each time you find trash while digging, remove a crate from the tunnel. Done. We need at least 2 bits of trash. Now, the tunnel does have some dig points. And if we can get the kennel as well, that will be a big win. Baron, I see your threat. God, yeah. But, Baron, the goal is get everything set up, I mean, at some point tomorrow. Saturday is going to be Subnautica VR. And then I've got the Gundam plus Sexy Roman set up. Because I'm trying to get through as many of the Snareway promises as possible, because things look real hairy this year. I want to make sure I've done, like, all the big stuff that I owe everybody before I ask for more help. You know what I mean? Okay. I don't think there's anything we need to log on for right now. And yeah, Akari, we got Project Zomboid tomorrow. It's going to be really cool. Both Jess and I will be streaming. The continuation of the Road Warriors saga. Our own little, like, road movie. Kitchen just in case. Darn it. No, I think I'm a level with you, Akari. I think you're going to have to say goodbye. You're going to have to say goodbye to the Simpsons hit and run vehicle. Alright, you know what? We're here. I think we have salt, yeah. Give me the club sandwich. And a banana. We're going to go dig the tunnel spots. Gives me a chance to have some more food, so I'm not making any silly mistakes because I'm hungry. Yeah, Shackle, the amount of times I've been blessed with an early kennels, early workshop combo, you know, just being able to unlock everything with the power of Dex. Come on, stinky garbage. Okay. Getting a little lucky here. Yeah, no, you've got to say goodbye to that car. It's dead. It's dead, Jim. But yeah, so if any of you want to join us for Project Zomboid tomorrow, it will be open to all Longshipians. I can't promise you'll be part of the stream squad, the Road Warriors, because we are very far away. But I mean, who knows how that's going to go? Oh, I love it so much when late game mocks me. Both the utility closet and the kennel will be great right now, but I need to open up this other side. Otherwise, my regrets will be many. Starting to think I should have gone for shops for more like guaranteed. Oh, here we go. Let's go Curry Yard. I wouldn't be able to tell you, but hey, like Aeon, if you want, like when we start Zomboid tomorrow, if you want, you know, if you're knowledgeable of the map and whatnot, you know, get a car, pick up a bunch of Longshipians. Dynamic. The pool adds the sauna in the pump room. The code check gives us the emerald necklace but cuts off that bottom slot. Alright, alright. We need the mechanics. But yeah, let's say on, you could get a party bus, bring a bunch of people to come meet us, you know? There's still loads of supplies at the Roadhouse. Oh no, we didn't call it the Roadhouse, we called it the Winchester, that was it. Because it was like the, you know, the rusty gun or something. Oh, you bastard. Making me choose between the pump room and the solarium. The solarium will give us a dig spot and increase rare. Pump room will potentially work towards the mechanarium if we can get it. I mean, this isn't as stressful as when we were trying to get the power hammer. That's probably been the most stressful for the drafting challenges. At least so far. Yes. A crate has been removed from the tunnel. Okay. Even if the rest of this run is a bum, we just need one more piece of trash, one more box removed. Because there were 4 boxes, all in a row, all on the way. Please don't be car keys. Yes! Alright. I want to try that thing you were talking about, putting the secret garden before the garage, just in case this ends up being this run ends up being a bit of a wash. Sorry, I had a complete brain reset moment there where I was like, did I actually buy those things? Alright, conference room. Secret garden through the mountain. Ah, poo. Alright, garage. You win. And the veranda's just lovely. Like, there are honestly rooms in this house now I find myself gravitating towards, and I'm like, do I want this? Crap loads of money. Yeah, crap loads of money. Do I want this because it's going to help with our run and improve our chances, or do I want this because it's very pretty and I this is one I want to pick up myself? Ah, here we go. But also business fish, true. I hold no greater loyalty than that to the fish of business. Special key? Yeah, figured. Silver key it is. Okay. Alright, we're rolling. Yes, I do hear Limp Bizkit playing in my head. No, I am not making a Limp Bizkit joke. For which I deserve a dinosaur sticker. And maybe even a little plaque. On this day, the 21st of the 5th, 2026, Will actively chose not to reference Sir Frederick Durstington. This will be commemorated through the ages. Alright, we need an observatory. Did I just manifest that? Do I have powers? Okay. Time to start rolling. No, Baron, that's different. Thank you, J-Post. Deserved. You know, sometimes I feel I actively earn the bits you throw at me. This is one of those times. Commemorated in trophies on the mantle at Durstallow. We'll pull up. Comedic danger close. Yeah, and J-Post, sorry I've been going through that today. Like, that's some as we call in the biz, fresh hot bullshit. I was nearly hoisted by my own petard there. I nearly followed down a path.
Stop that incessant clicking!
And J-Post, thank you for gifting the sub to Shackle. That's really kind of you. Yeah, figured. Oh, that's bad. Okay, Breakfast Nook, you're up. Yeah, we do have the key card, luckily, so if we get security... Well, we are getting dog shit. Ah, here we go. And hopefully we can find some mounds that have some garbage in. There we go. Okay, even if the rest of this run is an absolute cavalcade of useless farts, I do believe those last two experiments, we've removed 3 crates. There were 5 in the tunnel, and 4 of which were blocking it. So even if the game pulls some serious horse piss, which it might, as much as I want the morning room, I'll take the utility closet for now. Actually, no, morning room. Luck for days. Because, like, we have 5 dice, and we have, like, 52 rerolls, so we need luck. We do need the gearboxes for the Mechanicum, don't get me wrong, but this is our luck buff right here. And how can I say no to business fish? It's more business buddy. Look at his little face. Alright, we'll hope that the compass lands in our favour. Again, we've got the Hall of Mirrors. Oh yeah, oh, lucky business fish. He knows what's up. Want to roll for another green here. Piss. Okay, let me roll that one. I'm actually thinking about taking that locker room just because we're going to need keys. Bungie dropped the other shoe. Oh. Alright, DJ Coil, what happened? Okay. Layoffs and no Destiny 3. Fuck. Poor bastards. God, so the same day that they're announcing that Destiny 2 is winding down with one last hurrah, they're also like, and also you'll don't get to keep jobs. Brilliant. Wonderful. I'm gonna crunk the security. Ooh! Cheeky lockpick. I mean, when we talked about like the slow descent of Bungie, what we thought was going to happen is that they were going to split them up into different quote-unquote PlayStation studios. Nah, and I mean, DJ Coil, it does affect us and people we know, so it's not like it's nothing. It's not like when people come in and go, "Oh my god, the bloke from this kids' TV show just keeled over." And it was game news we were talking about earlier today. You know, definitely in the I'd rather know than not. I mean, I still remember, God, okay, now it was a couple of years back, but, oh, really? Sorry about that. I realised Blueprints had actually gotten loud for a change. Thanks for telling me. Wild. Morning exec. The execs need to go bungee jumping. God damn it, that's worse. Okay. I'll take the gift shop. We should count rooms now, we're getting close. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Just lots more to go. Okay, and we do actually need gems now, so I'm going to take that morning room. Okay, but yeah. We got to start stacking boilers. We got to start stacking whatever else we can. Because we've got enough slots, but I don't think we have enough keys. Yeah, so I think we're getting to star time. Oh, okay, no, but we're good with security card. Workshop is fine. Workshop's a gear. And it usually comes with a goodie. Like a metal detector. Don't know why I said it like that. Once again, the revenge of strong bad impression has returned. Special keys, secret garden. Love it. Because this will give us like a nice little pep in our step. Now the conference room is now full of blink blink keys and food. Sorry, friends, my noggin once again careened off into the stratosphere, but it has returned. So yeah, we are now at 4 cogs. So, yeah, we've opened this pit up a fair wedge, and yeah, it's time to just keep rolling. Okay. Fuck. Right, we'll get the Mechanarium back later. I'm really tempted to take coat check though, so we don't run out of, yeah. We've got enough things to roll on. We'll make this work, but if I'm having to manage gems as well, it's not going to happen. Okay. Now we're rowdy. Yeah, we got 50 rerolls. Oh, come on. Not taking the utility closet because that locks us. Ah, pump room. Done. Okay, so that's pump room 1, security 2, laboratory 3, workshop 4, and then workshop 5. Okay, this is good. We still have 40 rerolls. Hopefully we get enough fucking keys. Not gonna lie. Definitely worrying in that regard. Yeah. Security. We love to see. We make the math do math things. Sorry, I don't know where that orcish nonsense came from. Ooh. So the 2 more security and then, yeah, let's pull lab. Biakuaz. Let's check the radiation levels. Let's go on over to the bomb shelter and see how our little friend, Mr. Shelter, is doing. How are you doing, Mr. Shelter? I'm freaking the fuck out! They fucking bombed Birmingham! No, they didn't, Mr. Shelter. You've been down there too long. Ah, it's all coming to an end! Sorry. Can you tell? I never worked at CBeebies. CBeebies being a shorthand for the Children's BBC. Okay, radiation monitor. Oh, that looks pretty spiky. There we go. Okay. Deuces. Okay, so all doors are now unlocked. And we can try and pull the Mechanarium from here. Alright, 37 rerolls to get the Mechanarium. Just have to be nice and calm and not zoom through them. Yeah, Verdant, you are entirely correct. We have unlocked all the doors in the establishment, and my ability to reproduce has been completely cooked. I can't remember when we were talking about this, but Jess and I were talking about how, you know, anyone who researched... Oh, excuse me. Anyone who researched... Yes! Nothing but net! Anyone who researched radiation stuff on their own unfortunately learned to very early on how horrifying that whole thing is. Oh no, it was during Jess's stream. Jess was playing this like sci-fi detective game where you play like a robo-doctor. It's fascinating. It's called Malpraxis. Okay, that's already here. Alright. I don't think there's anything else we're rolling for. I do love the library though. Silver key, love to see it. Although kind of moot point now because the doors are all unlocked. Take the observatory. Give everything a quick cheeky watch. Yeah, start rebuilding our stars. Where was that discount where we were spending all the cash? Okay. There we go. Okay, so now we have the Sanctum key. So we're pretty flush for steps. Is there anything else we want to do in this run? Oh no, this is a full-on woohoo! But I'm not going to woohoo until we have woohooed the last room in the inner sanctum. And woohoo is in victory, not woohoo is in Sims. I mean, Akari, I guess that's the question is, to those of you who know, do we want to do... Okay, you know what? I guess we can. We can do the room 46 puzzle. Tempting as it is to freeze our hundreds and hundreds of coins, sometimes you just want to see business fish. You're going to see his little fish. You see him swimming around. It's just a little fish guy. Business fish provides fresh turnips. Fresh turnips for all. The salted nip. You know what? That's what I'm calling my pirate bar. Yar, I'll meet ye over at the salted nip, and there we'll discuss plans for vengeance. Sounds cool, right? Also, DJ Quill, it was only from looking at the, yeah, cheeky face bastard. It was only from looking at the description. The Mechanarium said 8 doors. And it's, that's the thing. With Blueprints, it's so specific with its language. Puppies? Puppies. Oh, and also, Bobby, we probably cleared out all the boxes. Bobby. kitchen's back the way we came and all. As much as I love the veranda, get a bit of food and some bacon in our system. Sadly, tequila is not an unlockable in this game. That's how you can tell this isn't actually in the UK, because Simon would have been the uncrowned lord of underage drinking, which we would never ever condone, and doesn't actually happen in the UK. It's just a myth. Totally a thing we made up. Yeah, but then again, Simon is rich enough that he can literally either have a Greg's on site or pay someone to go to Greg's for it. Alright, congratulations, welcome to the Mount Holly estate. What's my job, sir? Am I going to be keeping the gardens, looking after his lordship? No, this is a button. When you hear this button, you need to go to Greg's and buy a sausage roll immediately. What about a cheeky Nando's? Oh, for a cheeky Nando's, he has someone drive him. A cheeky Nando's isn't a cheeky Nando's if you get it as a takeaway. And I understand, like, I'm throwing a lot of Britishism concepts at you. You know, you gotta sneak in for a cheeky Nando's. Okay. Hang on. Sorry, I'm getting spun round. Things we need to do. Oh no, we're heading back this way so we can go to the kitchen on the way out. We're going to check the box hall. Then we're going to use the sanctum key, because we don't have to use the foundation lift, and we can summon it from downstairs, but you can't summon it from upstairs. That's understandable. Like, Nando's is just fine. It's not offensive. You know, I quite like the piri piri stuff. We still have the bottle of piri piri sauce that Nova sent us, which is fucking tasty, but that is, in no world is that medium. That was the sauce Jess used for cooking when we did Barony, when I was chatting with Floydo, and I'm just dripping sweat. That was a good night. It's so tasty and it's so brutal. I was actually using it cut with tonkatsu sauce just to give it like a little bit of a an edge off the heat. I understand that, like, for a bunch of you here, you know, what was it? Aeon had the last dab as a whimsical treat with a friend. You know, I did the return to Hot Paper Gaming for Slugfest. Still suffering from that. Emotionally. Okay, so, Lyoshi, you were 1000% correct. I did get distracted along the way. And we are heading towards the door, the room of boxes. We'll see where this takes us. Alright, friends. Huh. Is it me, or did it look like we could have procced anything there? Okay. Okay, that is jammy luck that we had the super hammer. Oh, you son of a bad word. Security conference, security mechanarium. Fuck sticks. Yeah, we need the boiler. Got the pump room and we got security multiple times, but we never did boiler in this run. Fuck. Okay. One thing we know about the super hammer. Now this is smashed. Clear. So we had door 1, door 2, 3, 4. That'll be 5. So there'll be a couple more doors of keys to get through. Okay. Actually, Baron, that does help. I mean, Minnesota, the basement key is the one I'm the least worried about getting. Okay. Anyway, so now we're going to go do the final sanctum. Now, friends, this one will probably take a little bit, or we will clear it in one, because we're going to be doing the last of the factions, which is the curves, which I believe is the turtle people? No, not the turtle people. Sorry, doing the history stuff means I have to kind of do like a lunatic's deep dive into the history of this world, and I've definitely gotten my wires crossed a couple times. Yeah, remember when the antechamber was like the big deal, and then we found all of this? Like, I will not be surprised if the great reveal at the end of this is fucking Herbert's got a missile facility and is about to take out the current ruling class. Okay, so we've done every one of these. This will be our last one. Okay. Let's begin. So, throughout this run, I've been taking meticulous screenshots. So many. At least according to... Yeah, I have 1001 screenshots. If you haven't seen this puzzle before, the shape in the center is the country. We have to work out... We have to input the country's correct sigil, its rune, to proceed. That means we need to know the color of its flag, we need to know its infrastructure and its culture type, along with its weather.
Let's all give it up to Will. He's going to crank it one last time for us on blueprints.
Kari, thank you for the 200. I can't promise you that this will be the last time I crank it live. Okay. Now, the biggest help, we've had so far has been the stamps. The gem flowers are a metaphor for the Manhattan Project. Yeah. No, the gem flowers are the byproduct of whatever chemical weapon Herbert's making. It's like some magical super crystalline death weapon, which I've seen them live. They're good. Okay, here we go. So this is the Fen Eris Realm Rune Guide. Now, from geography, I think we can we can reverse engineer which country we're talking about, because we know the names of all the others.
If your blueprint's cranking lasts longer than 4 hours. Neat.
Neat. You should probably tell someone, because that's impressive. Okay. 8 realms in 8 months. Okay. Okay. Alright, so... I think we're dealing with the small island state, and I think this kid's homework is correct. I think it's this area here. And if we check geography, that would make this Vera. So Morajar was the last one we did, so we're doing Vera. And if we go to our stamp collection, because that's how fucking cool I am, I have a stamp collection now. No. We did Vera. So we're doing Morajar now. Okay, Morajar is a naval society. It's a windy naval society. Which means in the language of runes, it's windy on the curve. We can work out their societal stuff. We don't know the color, because blue isn't on there. Vershi, 1 million years dungeon. Life is a highway, love is a river. The door is ajar. That man just walked into your home. Yeah, which haven't we used? So we haven't used naval, because the last one was Turtleback, because I got Morajar and Feneris mixed up. So we know that naval capability is all. Oh no. Cranked it wrong. Yeah, so that's... And then naval capacity appears to come from having windy environments. So out of all the colours, let's think it through loudly. Violet is the sandy region. Red is obviously Eris Ordinius. Black is... Oh, sorry, Feneris. Black is Eris, is Ordinia Eris. We used white. Green are the blimp fuckers. Did we use orange or pink? Oh no, orange was orange was Vera Sands or Vera. So did we use pink? Because violet was, yeah. So let's try pink. Pink, get in! Get in! So Vera should be pink. Well, okay, I might be getting the names. We're going for Mora Jar, which is naval and windy for sure. We just don't know their flag color because it's represented as blue. Oh, you know what it could be? It could be white. I don't know if we've actually had a white setup yet. We've had orange for sure. Okay, let's try. I should have been writing them down. Oh, except for what up, dingus? It's not like we filled in every single other one. Oh wait. Okay, green, check. Fucking bastards. Yeah, we can just go look. That is white, check. Orange. That is violet. That is yellow. That is red. And that is black. So yeah, it is pink. Oh, I'm being a fucking dingus. DJ Coil, sorry, you were trying to tell me, and I got my own bloody head. Yeah, no. Sorry. This is the. Yeah. This is the naval region that we solved last week. White naval capacity. This is Vera Sands, which we know is hot as balls, and filled with, say it with me now, giant turtles. Nexus, so Zomboid is tomorrow. We're looking for an average kind of like 4 p.m.ish start, followed by... Well, keep an eye on the Discord. Whether we are in-game at 4 or starting at 4 will be for scheming and discussion in this HQ household. Yeah, sorry DJ Coil, I got my shit completely mixed up there. I think... Yeah, that's heat. I even remember which one turtle is. That's turtle. So let's set them back to pink. Now, I'm not entirely sure what they're... There we go. So, just to fill you in, they are a spiritual culture. I guess they worship giant bloody turtles. Alright. Pink, get in! Look at this little guy. That's the merch I want. Okay, friends. Despite my prejudices against Mother Nature, I own that I deeply loved my time here in Vera. The memories of a youthful trip I took here with my brother have been relentless, and as I've gotten older, I find less and less occasion to...
Spooky noises.
Stop telling everybody you're dead. You're fine. To recollect on such trivial pleasures. One thing I do remember vividly, which has not lost a single speck of charm, are the famous turtles. Each visitor of Vera, upon arriving, is lent one of these hard-shelled friends for the duration of their stay, to serve as both steed, guide, and companion. I am still under the spell.
R.I.P. Bacon, gone too soon but not forgotten.
Fuck you guys. One of these days you're actually gonna get me in trouble. Bacon and Vershi, thank you for the 200. Fuck you both. Bacon's fine. I am still under the spell of this island life, even if the weather here is much more severe than it was in Morajar. Okay, so
New stamp.
as long as it doesn't say Bacon has perished. I think this is going to be possibly a multi-dinosaur sticker moment. Be the merch you want to see in the world, or, you know, change yourself like you're the next killed my own joke, never mind. Okay, so Herbert's journey. Oh, sorry. So, we know that Herbert went from Vera to Morajar. I will say, one of the big things about being dyslexic is always worrying that you're about to pronounce something wrong in a way that is incredibly offensive. Oh, sorry. Now, did I screen cap this? I just need to make sure. Yes, I did. Okay. Here's little 10. Oh god, one of these. Stop telling everybody you're dead. Okay. Fascinating.
Breaking news, a small, but dedicated group has been petitioning the local lord to rename the iconic Montana Holly Estate to Bacon Memorial Estate.
This one's actually nice and this one's considerably nicer than some of the other puzzles we've been fucking with. God darn it. Sorry, this one is both brilliantly simple and nefarious. Simple Chaos, thank you for the 200, mate.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, our 4 reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
You lot up to. Thank you. Okay. Dice, seriously, thank you. This children's toy has failed in its DTP. I couldn't possibly comment. Thank you all. Alright. Almost had it there. And Dice, you managed to hit Kumakori, which kind of sounds like a Kuchikopi bit from Bob's Burgers, but okay. So I just need to rotate this one to here. If I click this one, it rotates both of these two. Okay, maybe that's the power play. Not quite. I need to get a pink one in every area. And I'm back to the TTP again. See, now everything's fine, but it needs to be rotated once from a central point. So I need to basically get like a pink cross like that, and then be able to rotate it. J-Post, almost. But it's not about whether or not you make the train, it's that you started one, and that's fucking lovely, so thank you. Ah, so close.
We are gathered here today to mourn the loss of our dear friend, Bacon.
Fuck you guys. Bacon, thank you. Damn it. Baron, thank you for the 200. Stop telling everybody you're dirt. I am trying to do clever smart people puzzles.
Stop that incessant
Oh
clicking.
no. And whoever that was that gifted sub to Floydo, that's really cool of you, thank you.
Anyone need a backpack? I'm heading to Hindelberg's.
Those who do not know the old memes. And we've made it to 2. I did not expect a train today, nor did I expect one to take off. Baron, thank you.
Makes ethereal noises. Was I at least delicious?
Not dead. Bacon, thank you. I'm kind of curious as to like the cultural significance of how the pink rotates everything else around it. Because these children's toys are either like political commentary. Oh shit! Yeah, no, you made Floydo the Jarl. Well, that I did not expect. Thank you. Oh, almost. I'm biffing something here. There we go. Not like you're distracting me with bacon references and kindness. The Virian people's devout respect of the sacred circle. That's what it was. Okay. Check us out. Okay. Friends, that is all of the sanctum doors unlocked. And all of the puzzles solved. In recognition of visiting 8 realms in 8 months. Okay. So now, before we head upstairs, we're going to read all of the postcards and note where Herbert went and start putting them all together. 8 realms in 8 months. The objective was simple enough, but in what order, what route, where to start? Okay. Oh yeah, and that's a good point. So friends, thank you all for the hype train. It was really fucking kind of you, alright? I just need a quick second, and I'll be back with you all in just a moment. Oh, alright? No, seriously, thank you. Just don't do anything while I'm gone, alright? Hello, friends. Hello. Sorry about that. Jess is doing battle with an MOB level migraine. So just killing lights, doing what we can, you know. I haven't had migraine stuff in donkey's years, but I understand that it just crushes. So I really appreciate you all for waiting, except for Bronx, who immediately greeted me with squats. So, hang on, I made a note of this. Fuck you. And I did want to say one more time, like... Wait, was that a... You all got a cool fish from that train? Oh, that fish is rad as shit. You literally unlocked business fish. Or, I want to say like, Madame Business Fish. Huh. That's fucking cool. No, but I'm going to be saying this a lot throughout the year, you know, because I'm a great big panicky turnip. Anytime that you lot do like trains or throw things in is a huge deal, and I really, 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 really appreciate it. Okay, thank you. You know, I know the days of God. During the first Balu Bowl, Baron and I kept the stream going, I think, for like 2-3 hours because people kept starting off just impossibly massive trains. You lot are incredibly generous, and I hope you never take that for granted. Thank you all. Not cheers, because that's empty. Yeah, it was 3 hours. And I don't think I've seen that many red bits in a day, like, ever. And, you know, the world has changed, the wheel has turned. I'm not, like, sitting here being like, you when you do it, but in the same breath, I'm panicky potato. So, what I mean to say is thank you. Alright, now Bronx, you can have your squats, you absolute terror, and then we're going to start constructing Herbert's journey. And it looks like Ordinia Eris is where he started his journey. And when you think about how that stamp is probably like hella illegal, it's kind of a flex. Well, Dustin, we just did all of the runes, and darn it, what's going on with the mic today? Hopefully, sorry about that. We've just finished all of the runes for all of the realms. Now we are going to try and chart Herbert's journey through the 8 realms, then head up to the 46th room and crack that puzzle. We've opened the hall of the tunnel of boxes, but we got stumped at door number 5, which requires the red boiler room gas power door. So yeah, we solved the last of the sanctuary keys. And this lot basically held a Bacon Avenger memorial service in a hype train. And I would like to remind you all that Bacon Avenger is not dead. He's doing very well. He lives in Portland, I think. Hey, caffeine. Puzzle sicko girl. Alright, so yeah. We know he left Ordinia Eris. Now, the rooms I don't think are in order. Oh, yeah, so 1. Actually, that's a good question. Caffeine, did you see the gift that Verdon Flo got for me? Which, I didn't realise it was actually legal to gift people psychological weapons, but apparently it is. I am writing this last postcard sitting at my desk at home. I suppose just put forth the have to drop in the mail for consistency. So the last one is Fen Eris, for sure. I mean, Caffeine, do you want to see? Which do you think would be worse? Knowing or not knowing? Actually, it isn't more squads. Well, I mean, I can't control what you lot do, but... okay, so this is Arch Ares. Okay, no, Caffeine, you know what? That's fine. That's fine. I've got to do more squats. You know what? Fair. Special features include audio commentary with Patrick Alio and Ashtok Amatrari and Neil McDonough and Chris Klein. Marvel vs. Capcom 2 sneak peek. Becoming a Street Fighter featurette. Chun-Li bringing the legend to life featurette. And Fox Movie Channel presents Making a Scene. Going to be the stuff of legend. Alright, how many do I owe? 15 more squads. Worth it. I'll do inordinate amounts of things to keep this whole thing going. I did say some choice words to Moose. Okay, so Arch Eris, they arrived there after sailing, and Morajar is the sailing port. So I think it's safe to say that he went from Morajar to Arch Eris. So he kind of did like a big loop, or a loop. With Arch Eris being in the bottom part, that would make sense. Okay. When Mr. Twitch swings by and decides to pour $1 squillion on a longship, aside from, you know, healthcare and stuff like that, I am going to get a good color printer. And then next time we're doing this, we can actually pin these on like the board or the wall or something. I think that would be really cool. Because for this, I'd love to have the postcards laid out and like arrange them in order. Okay. Now this one doesn't seem to have a... Yeah, and DJ Coil, I think with Morajar being the iconic sailing point, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Now, there's no indication in Edra, or Adrea as I keep calling it, as to when he got here. The sign-off. Yorja Yenna... Ajlor Loon. Goodbye, Yenna. Hello, Loon. Okay. Loon's not Adrian for something specific, is it? Now again, with this one we might be able to... Capital cities, maybe? Okay. So the next one... there are fewer opportunities the further I travel up the mountains to attend my correspondence. I find myself regretting having brought so many books. Well, it says here, the frigid weather here is a welcome relief from the sweltering shores of Vera. Mount Ephros. Korikawa? It says he went from Vera to Korikawa. So you're right, maybe the indication of Vera to Morajar was not correct. This one says, yeah, Vera to Korika. Unlock. Minecraft villager noise thinking. Okay. Next up. Got this little lovely spot. After a short sea voyage, we arrived in the main island. And Morajar in high spirits. Short sea voyage. Okay, so he didn't go across the sea to Morajar, which would make Vera make sense, but also... people politeness, sneak away tomorrow, notice to each realm. So the... I mean, it does... Okay, a clockwise loop does seem to make sense. Alright, here's the one we just solved, but I'm gonna reread it and clip it anyway, just so that we have all the postcards in order in the screenshots folder. The weather here is much more severe than it was in Morajar. Okay, so it's Morajar to Vera. Wait, what? No, so I've got it the wrong way round. So it was Morajar to Vera, Vera to Kokora. Morajar to Vera, Vera to Kokora, Kokora to Arch Eris, and that's where the journey ended. Okay. We'll check that last one. Yeah, so Ordinia Eris, Adrea, Vera, Kokora, Morajar, Arch Eris, Fen Eris, and we're missing one. Arch to Fen sounds right, because it's all one continent. But yeah, here's the sprawling city. Oh, yes. Nuance. The blimp fuckers. I'm saying they fuck blimps. By far my favourite realm I have visited this trip. I always had a penchant for technology. I was less moved by beauty. I was less moved by the beauty of nature than others. Soot-filled streets, soaring skyscrapers are just as stirring as the mountains of Korikawa or the beaches of Morajar. Okay, so he hit this place after both of those. We know Morajar to Vera, Vera to Kokara. So this is likely where he went. Perhaps someday my childhood love of dirgy blocks compromised my objectivity. Yeah, so this is where he was before he hit Fen Eris. Okay. Oof. I think we've got enough to work it out. Okay. A fucking postcard puzzle. How many weeks in the making? Whatever fills your balloon. I almost kind of wish I'd made like a great big calendar. I know you're something. I wish I'd made like a great big calendar of our Blueprints adventure, just so that I could chart like the story so far, like when we first got into the 47th, like when we first learned about the Inner Sanctum puzzle, how many Inner Sanctum keys we got. Yeah, because we first learnt about that place after first credits. Or at the same time as first credits, we should say. Sorry, Akari was just saying, imagine if we decided to create zombies. It'd be a House of the Dead. This is how the Ashcroft home got started. Not a lot of people know that. Okay, so we're going to put the... Alright, we've got to go up the left-hand side. We're going to put the emerald necklace away because that has literally been the game changer for us. Not having to worry about diamonds as well as keys. Fucking brilliant. Oh, speaking of keys, can I offer you shit tons of keys in these troubling times? No? No? How about all the fruit? Heavily salted fruit. Yeah, so... Oh. Sorry, friends, got a bit of a wrong turn at Albuquerque moment. We actually can't head up the left side, it's out the right side. Good thing I've got the steps to make mistakes. But yeah, this whole journey, and I don't think we're close to being done, but we made a huge dent on it today. Like, the Inner Sanctum puzzle has been one of the big ones. Arguably the biggest puzzle that we've had since we started. We want to do cloister, cloister, cloister. Oh, cloister, cloister, nook, mechanarium. No. Fighting the urge to crack open every single one of those bloody lockers because we have 14 keys. I like when I find a super secret, even newer puzzle. Hey, quick question. What is it that started spreading the trunks around the house? Because I know we went through there, and I know I didn't see it the first time. Ah, code check. Okay. Alright, so yeah. Security, quick snacky apple. Here we go. Okay. That's a real crown there, friends. Okay, so here we have Uncle Herbert's journey. So, in theory, he started at Ordinia Eris in the middle. I guess where it gets tricky. We know that he ended in Fen Eris, which is north? No. Yeah, because Edra's south. Ah, small. DJ Coil, thank you. I would have fucked that one. Okay, so he went from... Yeah, north is Arch, south is... So I guess he ended his journey in Arch. 1, 2, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, he starts and ends in the same place. He just uses different names. Okay, so that would mean that 7 was here. Alright. And Fen is... So it was Morajar to Vera, and then... Okay, I think I get it. So 3 was Morajar. Well, that's not right. I want to just quickly start over again. So 1, we know that the central point here is Ordinia Eris and Fen Eris, which are the same. Now, there are 8 realms. He says 8 realms in 8 months. Okay. And we're pretty sure the first place he went down towards was the south, right? Down towards Adrea. Now, he did say he could see the red flags from home with the blimping lens. So switch 3 and 4. So 3 be down, 4 be up. Like that. Making 5 big landmass. So then the argument would be, I mean, sensibly it would be 7 then 8, right? I wonder if it was in fact 6 and 7. Let's try flipping 4 and 3 again. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, let's go back to the notes. So, postcard the first. 8 realms, 8 months. The objective is simple. What order, what route? The red one was obviously the last. Okay, so Arch Aries, which is to the north. We arrived here after a few days of sailing, so he didn't go across the open sea. But then wouldn't he have taken a fucking blimp? Yeah, no. I think. Wait. Yeah, he did not go by blimp. And hang on, where's the... Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so that's Vera, that's Morajar. Kara, thanks geography. Yeah, Arch, Ordinia, Adrea. Okay. Yeah, it does the first Adrea, it does say like since home, so I'm pretty sure on 2. No, he went from Vera. Okay, this is where it's all a bit weird. Oh, that's not a bad word. Sorry, sometimes the mouse gets... Firstly, no. He went from Vera to Korakawa. After the sweltering shores of Vera. So he hit this spot before he came here for sure. Okay, maybe not. Getting confused myself. I'm just trying to think, like, what do we know for certain? You know, short sea voyage. I mean, short sea voyage is more like that than that, right? Wait, even the weather here is more severe than it was on Morajar. Make up your bloody mind. Maybe 3 and 5 need to get swapped? And Janan? As I look, speaking of home, as I look across the northern sea, I can't help but think that maybe for it, we puzzling. This is a big one we've been trying to crack out for a while. We have to use Herbert's postcards to work out where he's been in the world and in what order. Yeah, no, this is a very big one. We know he starts and ends here because Fen Eris and Orthenia Eris are the same country. I do think that Nuance is the last place he went to, because he looks across the sea and he sees those red flags. Alright. Now, after a short sea voyage, we arrived on the main island of Morajar. Belligerent in their politeness, where in the world is Herbert fucking around now? Oh, hang on a second, friends. Sorry about that. Ooh. It does really feel like... It feels like he went south first, right? Okay, yeah, and he definitely says air travel is better than sea travel. His last journey was from Nuance over to home. We know that for sure. He arrived here after a few days sailing. Okay. I'm pretty confident with this one. A few days sailing. There's one country that's known for its boats. Here. I'm pretty confident on this one. So I guess the case is... Well, I thought that was it. Okay. Assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups. Sorry, friends, I don't mean to be so multi-screened. I'm just over here going over all of the postcards. Like, we know this is the beginning, and that is the image from... that about assumptions and assuming. I mean, to counter your quote with another quote, I don't want none unless they've got buns hung. I was really hoping that this would start giving us clues as well, but no, this is location, not date. Now, the stamp is where it's coming from. Archeris, Feneris, Erejano. Now, the goodbye Yena Hallow Loon. That's going to be my my new business, Akari, is postcards to fall asleep to. This is where he gives up his books. Yeah, more ajar postal. Okay. What am I missing here, friends? What am I missing? Because, yeah, by far my favorite realm I visited on this trip, which means it is the last one before he heads home, so I'm confident on Blimp. Even if the weather here is much more severe than it is on Morajar. Now, Vera is the southern island. So perhaps we do mix 3 and 5. As wild as it seems. Nah. Because we know he goes to Vera. Oh, here's a point. He talks about shopping when he's in... Nah. I was hoping that there'd be some indication of when he bought the books he had to discard. Soothing. Doobly-doo, apples and pears. British sounds to fall asleep to. God blimey, I've got the black lung. Oh, I had too much gin and consumption took me mother. Couldn't even keep a consistent voice on that one. Well, Akari, I've never heard the term Trug before, but Trugdor was a man. Oh, he was a dragon man. Okay, he was mostly just a dragon, but he was still Trugdor. Remind Anne to replace the books I lost. What if... Hang on, what if 3 and 4 are the other way round? Because he says, remind Miss Babbage to replace the books I lost. No, that doesn't make any sense. Okay. Yeah, he lost his books in Korikawa. Now, when does he tell Miss Herbert to buy him more books? Oh, and it's at the end of his trip. Do you have a classroom world map handy? Wondering about the sign-off. Actually, I do. These are eras of the third map. What are you thinking? So yeah, Ordinia Eris, Fen Eris, Adrea, Nuance. I think that one's called like Further. The Great Tress. Sajay being the Equator. Moraven being the Northern Hemisphere. Sedja being the Southern Hemisphere. Oh. Any cities or countries? No, just some additional notes around some additional notes around equator lines and the ilk. Okay. All right. In our notes, it said he went from Vera to Korikawa. He went from Morajar to Vera. So actually, it's more like this. That's not right. This is the part they cut out of the introduction to Indiana Jones. Okay. You know what's probably throwing us off? Adrea and Archeris. The Archeris postcards are surprisingly scant on details. So this is the one from Archeris. Renabarm, Archeris. We arrived after a few days of sailing. Now, for me, that says that they would come from there to there. So maybe it's... hang on. Okay. Why don't you work with me here, buddy? You're getting... After a few days of sailing, and it reminds me of how more convenient it would have been in the old days when the railways extended all the way north. Did he go... Oh, Chaunrus, you fucking ledge, yeah. Hang on, let's drop these out. So he did go south first, and then he went north here. Because he took the boat up. So from 3... if we assume the Morajar Vera Cordinia, that's not a bad shout, because there's Morajar Vera Cordinia. Na 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 na. If I could, I'd scream a bunch of fireworks. I would do that loud. Oh my life! Another. All right, friends. Dear Chief Replacement. Sorry. All right. I, the executor of Muldoon's estate, do decree that everyone gets a boot to the head. I leave the entire sum of my fortune to the people of Calgary so they can afford to move somewhere decent. The last will and testament of me, Herbert S. Sinclair. I, Herbert S. Sinclair of Mount Holly Estate, at Reddington, do publish and declare this instrument my last will and testament. I hereby revoke all wills and cordials henceforth made by me. I declare that I am not and have never been married and have no kids. Indeed, and one more for Jenny and the Wimp. And to my family I leave a lifetime supply of ice cream. What flavour is it? Boot to the head. I used to be able to do that skit from memory, and I never even knew who did it initially. It was from the Newgrounds mashup, where they took a Canadian improv troupe's version of Boot to the Head. Yeah, I have been cancelled by this video game. First, I direct that all my debts and outstanding expenses be paid as soon after my decease as possible. Secondly, I direct all servants and staff in my employ at the time of my death shall be granted indefinite leave to be paid out of the reserves of my estate, set aside for such an occasion, until such time as the new master of Mount Holly bids their return. Yo, so actually everybody who worked here was on infinite paid leave until Simon fixed his shit. Or until Simon summons them back, I might add. In the event the aforesaid reserves for this purpose are depleted before the new master of the estate is found, I direct my executor to make provisions for their future employment, and to do so in a manner that is just as equitable to all parties involved. Thirdly, to my faithful valet, Hartley Reuter, I hereby gift to him the lake house in Trinsdale as a small measure of gratitude for his many years of unwavering loyalty and devoted service. I direct that my executor take such steps as are necessary to transfer ownership of said lake house to Hartley Reuter, should use all reasonable efforts to persuade him to accept the same. Furthermore, my late cousin Tilrin's 2 children, Courtney Farine and Rygard Farine, who have sometimes been impulsive and hasty in their actions, I grant each a cuckoo clock, set eternally to the sacred on the sacred hour 8. For only time will tell when they are ready to slow down enough and appreciate gifts bestowed upon them with patience and wisdom that comes with maturity. Oh, those things are crammed full of gems. In the case that Lionel Epson should return from his travels abroad, or in the event that any of his heirs should present themselves, I bequeath to him and them, as the case may be, the diary and its related key, which formerly belonged to his sister, Clara Epson, which I have kept in her room beside her grave, respectively, and respectably. That's pretty good. Okay. Oh, of course he's redacted shit. In addition, it is my fervent desire that the gallery, along with all artwork contained within, be bestowed upon the Reddington Museum of Art, including the sculptor's exhibits and entire collection of drawings by Christopher Manson. Ah, I hear his exhibitions are killer. DJ Coil, her ladyship is his brother's sister. His brother's wife. He was mentioning his brother's wife's brother, who is abroad. Okay. Christopher Manson, he's a killer. Comprised of 4 pieces entitled T, P, R, and R. This generous donation shall be made 1 year hence, following the date of my earthly departure, when it will be removed from Mount Holly's draft pool. Shit. So if you don't solve the gallery in a year, you lose it. What the fuck? Moreover, to the Grand Cathedral of Adria, or Irija, sorry. But yeah, I bequeath 8 stone statues, sculpted in the likeness of the 8 Adrian angels, Ordinia, Ladinia, Rhynia, Joya, Dowager, Vila, Mila, and Draxus. These sculpted figures have been in the Sinclair tomb for multiple generations, and even though there has been much debate over their natural numerical order, they have nevertheless remained steadfast in their safeguarding of our family's secrets. Wink! I trust they will continue to provide the Cathedral of Adria the same level of stewardship. Okay, whew, fucking hell, mate. I bequeath my nephew, bull to the head, Simon P. Jones, the son of my dear niece Mary Matthews, the rest. Residue and remainder of my estate, and of my right, title, and interests in, and the house and land which I own near Mount Holly, as a token of the cordial and affectionate relationship which for nearly half a century his grandmother Clara Epson has shown me. In the above provision and bequest is the contingent of my aforementioned grandnephew. They are making me read the whole fucking thing. Whew. Discovering the location of the 42nd room and of my 45th room estate at Mount Holly. This room, among other things of value, holds the physical deeds of the entire estate, as well as many other personal effects and policies of insurance. The location of the room has been kept a secret from all staff and servants of the manor, but I am confident that any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering his whereabouts in a timely manner. Joke's on you, Chucklefuck. I'm a streamer of questionable birth, and I just got your shit. I was a scheme. I was a timely scheme. That's another story. Should my grandnephew fail to uncover the room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse, and the above clauses on this page and provisions pertaining to that clause shall be considered null and void, and the rest of my estate shall be disposed of and gifted to the Ordinian Heritage Foundation, under the condition that the house be immediately windowed and sealed with explicit instructions and allowances that the site shall not be reopened until black flags are once again flying over Oris, or 110 years have passed since my death, whichever comes first. As one final gift to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones, regardless of whether he finds room 46 or not, I leave and bequeath to him the original manuscripts of his mother's works that were produced here under the roof of his childhood home. These preliminary draft copies include the red prints, which she wrote while visiting the estate during the brightest of her days, and a new clue which she penned here during the darkest. I hope that in due time and in the natural order of things, you will come to be content as I have with what little of herself she left us. In witness thereof, I have numero sent my hand, 18th day of March, 1983, Herbert S. Sinclair. And here it is, certified copy, property deed, Lord Arthur Clamine to Lady Irene of Trinsdale. New Finlock Station is Reddington, Feneris. Know all men by these presets. Lord Arthur Clement, rightful owner and land of the... Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Aeon, I've screenshotted the shit out of everything. I did grab a picture of the list of angels. Yes. Now, we found all of those in the tomb, and Draxus was actually Jess's find back when we started this. And that was what opened up the tomb to the underground area. Okay, let me get through this. Know all men by these precepts, that Lord Arthur Calamentian, rightful owner of the land that rests in the northern range of Reddington Mountains, doth grant and convey the bearer of this document, Lady Ulrave of Trinsdale, the land, forest, and waters of the sheer cliffs that rest in the northern shadow of the Hollyleaf Mountain, with all the rights, privileges, and long word for good stuff here thereunto belonging. The property of Mount Holly consists of dense woods flanked by cliffs, cliff walls irrigated by mountain spring streams, and punctuated by several runoff waterfalls. This area is sheltered between the summit's northern slope and saddle, spanning across 80 acres of land. The property is situated northwest of Reddington, bounded on the south by steep crags, and abutting the east by the high road to Tanner Falk. I, Lord Arthur Clementine, covenant, promise, and agree with Lady Overell of heirs and assigns that I am lawfully seized and possessed of said premises, that the same are free and clear of all encumbrances, that I have good right to sell and convey the same to this said Lady Oravelli, heirs and assigns that I will warrant and defend the same against lawful claims and demand. Okay. In hand and seal, I make my mark in the grand year of Fen Eris, 1912. Lord Arthur Clements. Okay. Now, to my understanding, yeah, manuscripts where, though? Here's us. What up, nerd? Here are the two cuckoo clocks, which have stopped. Huh. The holy hour is 8. Perhaps we've been on this too long? Yeah, this one stopped as well. Oh, do you think that was a hint for the clock tower? That can't be a hint for the clock tower because you need to solve the clock tower to get here. No, okay, this one is still going. You two have stopped at the holy hour. So maybe that was meant to be an additional clue. This feels like that bit in The Good Place where he's like, oh, we found your clues. Oh, actually, I left you over 1,000 meticulous clues, but I'm glad you found one. Okay. Marigold statue is missing. Okay. Okay. So, Arthur Clementine originally owned Mount Holly. What happens if you magnify the X? Let's go have a look. X gonna give it to you. What? Don't give it to you. X gonna deliver it to you. Gonna get a Dark Souls pop-up that says, you did. The problem is, Fred, I read that in the thickest Glaswegian that even I cannot muster. Okay. There's a shadow on one of the trees, but I thought I saw something move out there, and I was like, oh, horror game? Oh, good. First we gotta rock, then we gotta re-roll our drafted floor plans. Okay. It's got that Svienka ink. This little art thing. Okay. What do you think happens if we call it a day in here? Yeah, now what, Simon? You little gobshite. Now what? Should we just do it? Should we just have this one as the... We're still short an envelope. Like... Okay, so Chorner says, you have the order of statues in the basement written down. I do. Bear with me just a second. Sorry, that's the new clue. Okay, there's the tomb. Well, we have the order and we have the names. Rihanna, Joya, Dauja, Vila, Mila, Linda, and Ordina. Oh. Though that was the order to open up the secret little entrance. We just have another order to fuck with, don't we? Chapel. Try order from last will. Okay. I still think we should try calling it a day while we're here, because we've got 2 more days of this, and we'd need to get the... Whoa, actually, what other puzzles are we scratching at? Because Tunnel Boxes is done. Sanctum Keys, done. Last 8. The puzzles we still have left is the Castle Word Puzzle Underground. Oh, is that sticker worthy? I'm actually running out of dinosaur stickers. Oh no, here we go. I've still got... I know what we're going to put on the thing. Out of this world. Oh, no. Better yet, Dare to Dream. Because it reminds me of... the opening track from the Transformers movie. Well, the iconic track from the Transformers movie. Oh, yes, the Treasure Trove box. Treasure Trove special chest. Okay. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, friends. I thought that was going to be the mic drop. And I think what Chornerus is implying, right? Where was it? So the order of statues there is different than what we used at the very beginning of the game to unlock it. Because like Draxus is still at the end. Hang on. Yeah, looking back at the church list. Yeah, the chapel list. Because the chapel starts with Rhynia, or Rinia, or however you want to say it. Yeah, Draxus is in the other room, because Draxus is kind of like the crank handle to see if you did it right. Yeah, so the task for next time is to draft the tomb, try the different angels, and then working towards whatever the Ordinian key is. I do think it's extremely funny that if you took over 300 days playing this, or if you did over 365 runs doing this, they just take the gallery away. They're like, no. I think that is very funny. Yeah. So yeah, Peter, we just found the proper last will and testament, and we just found the deed. And the deed is significant in a way that isn't clear. These are the two clocks which never got picked up. Okay. Okay. We stashed the necklace in the coat check. Yeah, well, I assume, Akari, what we found was just, you know, Grunkle Herbert being all quirky. This is the actual legally binding document that he got written up proper. So, okay. All right. I'm going to call it a day. I'm not going to start in the run because that was a lot and my brain is cooked. I know. I'm calling it an end to stream. A mere pre-7 hours. I know. I'm slacking in my old age. But yeah, no, I feel like we cracked a bunch of big shit. The Mechanarium I thought was going to be way more of a shit show. I really did. So I'm happy to get that one out, done, ticked off. That means we now only need one more achievement. I shouldn't say achievement. We need one more trophy to get the blue tent. Oh yeah. I did in fact get a dinosaur sticker. I got Dare to Dream. Technically at this point I think we're out of dinosaurs and I think we've just got shiny spacemen. Which is fucking rad. Okay. Now, the only other thing that we know for sure now is that Mary Marigold wrote the new clue while she was at Mount Holly. So she literally wrote a book as a fuck you to the secret police whilst she was in hiding. Which might be the most fucking baller move of all time. Oh, you're searching Mount Holly, trying to find me? Oh, you searching, want to know where I am? I mean, we referenced Carmen Sandiego a lot, but, you know, it was called Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego, not fuck you, Carmen Sandiego just wrote a book about how fucking stupid you are, even giving you hints to catch her, and you're still fucked up. I assume that title didn't workshop quite as well. I am now very curious though, because one of the things that we know is that the published ending to The Red Prince was changed by the publisher. Because, you know, the allegory was a little too paper thin. Because, like, Swimbird made it out and was very successful, but everyone was like, huh. You see that blue. And then the Red Prince was like that was Marigold's, you know, that was her Battle for Los Angeles album. And sadly, Peter, Monk in the Tunnel didn't do anything. There was a hope. I had this thing in my noggin that like that's how Marigold was able to get out, was by like Monk in one of the areas allowing her to dig out from under, but nah, nothing so far. Okay, we did the boxes, we did all of the separate little rooms, but Peter, getting the treasure trove out there showed us a super rare box, which, touch wood, my theory is that's where the scepter is. But, friends, legends, miscreants and longshipians, that is a puzzle for another day. God, I feel like I'm going to be like, turn the page over to side B. Okay. So I do have a place to bring you all after this, dear friends. You know, I know they've got loads of folks popping right now. I'd like to take you all over to Barry's side. Just because Barry has been consistently raiding into us. And, you know, I know Barry's an order of magnitude larger, but, you know, we don't usually get the opportunity to. So it would be nice. As much the gesture as always, you know. Right. Friends, thank you so much for a lovely day. For those of you who've been here on Puzzle Sicko Spree, I hope you've had fun, because I fucking love this. And, you know, it's hard to not keep going. I feel the core of the puzzle strong, but we also know what happens when I do that. I fail. Did we get stickers? What, is this a 2-sticker day? Because I'll put a happy little planet on here as well. Fuck it. You want 2 stickers? There. I mean, you'll get to decide, really. Except for the sticker doesn't want to come off. All right. So not only do we now have Dare to Dream, we have a great big happy planet. You can hang out with the dinosaurs. There we go. There we go. Look at all these stickers. I was putting the stickers on the pages when we were solving them room by room, but now any one puzzle is like 50 things. So seriously, friends, I know I've been saying this a lot lately. Everyone's fuck broke, and yet you lot are still throwing in cash so that I can keep doing this every day. That is a huge thing, and I'm incredibly grateful. All right? So seriously, thank you. Today, I would like to thank the following people directly. To Mr. Domrox, Shackle Draconis, Kumar Kamori, and of course, Floydo. Whether you were hunted by House Carl, or celebrating 91 months, or anything in between, seriously, thank you. To Eraman, Akari, Simple Chaos, Bacon Avenger, Baron von Sheepington III, J-Post, Vershi, Scotty, Lyoshi, and Vanderbeest, we had a whole train, and even though it was mostly mocking me about bacon stuff, that's all still the cash that goes into keeping this whole thing running. So from the bottom of my heart, fucking thank you. And last but by no means least, not just to Caffeine, and not just to Moose, even though I told him to go fuck himself, but to William as well, and J-Post, thank you. Right, if you haven't met Barry, Barry's a ledge. Barry's a ledge. A fellow puzzle sicko and a fellow massive supporter of Strange Scaffold games. Barry's cats, I believe, were in a large proportion of the early Strange Scaffold stuff, so yeah. And for the rest of you, tomorrow's Project Zomboid. Keep an eye on the Discord for start times and jump offs and all of that. And yeah, that's it, friends. That's it. Have a lovely rest of your night. Whatever you do, I hope you have a good one. And I'll see your beautiful selves tomorrow. Bum-ta, 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 ba, bum-ta, ba, bum-ta, ba. Simon's gonna open a disco. It's gonna be weird because he's got money. Simon's gonna grow up to be a weird bloke. Real weird. Well, hopefully not. Maybe that's what Herbert was going for.